Convening our meeting. The council has returned from a closed session. We have no reportable action. So our next item is, our items are two special orders of the day. And the first special order is, I'm going to lose my paperwork. Here we go. Of our utility staff whose and an outside consultant whose work resulted in a national Mayor's Climate Protection Award that was awarded at the U.S. Council of Mayors in June. And it was a very significant recognition for our city. It was presented to the mayor, but undeservedly. It is really an award that was achieved by our staff and with the work of our consultants, and the award deserves to go to them. And so we have them here to recognize. And so this project was a model of being able to convert gas methane powered furnaces in an 100% affordable housing project to new, highly efficient, healthier, safer electric heat pump heating systems for that project. And so as much as we do a lot of different innovative pilot programs, this one stood out so much that it was selected for national recognition. I do want to note the people who were the primary leaders on this. Christine Tam, our Senior Resource Planner, and Scott Melberg, our Sustainability Program Administrator, who had managed the project from the city side. Aditi Mahmood, who's the Senior Project Asset Manager, Chris Larson, our Facility Manager, Moises Aquino in Maintenance, from the Mid-Penn Housing Project Team, which is the facility that had this conversion, our consultants, from the Association of Energy Affordability and the installer of ASG Builders. We want to thank the Bay Area Air Quality Management District for providing a grant that made this possible. And our sustainability manager, Christine Long, who provided the partnership with the sustainability team and facilitated our award application. I'll note that staff at the National Council of Mayors called out how exceptional the application itself was, how well it was written. Russ Reich, our manager in planning and development services, who worked through the permitting issues, and then which were novel. And then Hiromi Kelty, our sustainability program administrator. Shiva Swaminathan, our senior resource planner. Kevin Carley, our sustainability program administrator, who helped to get the project off the ground in the early days and developed a great partnership with Mid-Penn. So I have this award, and I'd like to just be able to present it to the team maybe, and we'll get a photo together so everybody can see it. And in keeping with the theme of tonight's discussions around sustainability matters. We have a second special order of the day that is also sustainability related. Our Palo Alto Art Center and the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation will be presenting on our recently open fire transition on climate issues. And Karen Kinsel and Karen Kwan are here with us. Karen Kinsel, who's our Community Services Manager for the Palo Alto Art Center, and Karen Kwan, who is the Director of Development at the Art Center Foundation. When the Karens shared with me a month or so ago on this year-long set of exhibits, I wasn't aware of it. I was really excited to see what they're doing and how well it aligns with all of our city efforts and policies, and to really bring together the communication that art can do for these very challenging programs that we're pursuing and goals that we're pursuing. So, Karen Kinsel, are you? Would you like to speak and share the presentation?
Very good. Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. Thank you, Mayor Burt. I'm Karen Kinsel, Director of the Palo Alto Art Center, and I'm here to present about the Art Center's current exhibition, Fire Transforms, and our exhibition series, Climate Connections. Next slide, please. In the year ahead, the Art Center is presenting a series of exhibitions, Climate Connections. And the series acknowledges that art and artists can help communicate about climate change in a unique and powerful way. Studies indicate that artwork can help to encourage contemplation around climate change, raise awareness, change opinions, and promote a sense of connection to the topic. We're excited about the role of these exhibitions in promoting the Council's priority around climate change and action. Next slide, please. These are our goals of the exhibition that we hope to address through this initiative. I should mention that we highlight teens in our goals, and that is because we found that applicants to our teen program, Art Center Teen Leadership, have consistently identified climate as an issue they want to address in their programming for the year. This year, we'll be working with one of the local artists in the exhibition, Linda Gass, on a climate-related project with the teens. We have a visitor survey that we're going to be using to determine our success meeting these goals, and we look forward to reporting back on that. Next slide, please. Our current exhibition, Fire Transforms, explores how artists have addressed fire in their work. Next slide, please. The exhibition is guest curated by Rena Folletti, PhD. Rena acknowledges that artists can help us make sense of our climate fatigue and sense of powerlessness around our increasingly devastating fire seasons, guiding us to dialogue and action. As Rena shares, art offers a safe place of solace after the trauma of the firestorm has passed. How can we learn to transform our fear, sadness, loss, anger, and confusion into something more comforting and clear? How can we rest from climate fatigue, even as we face the real and tragic losses that fire causes in the face of global scale change? Thankfully, we have artists to help us. Next slide, please. Fire Transformed is organized into 3 categories: Living with Fire, which showcases the experiences of artists who've lost their homes and studios due to fire, and their process of healing, rebuilding, and creating around their experiences. Creating with Fire showcases how artists use fire in their artwork, and Fire Science demonstrates how artists have used fire science to create compelling imagery about fires and climate change. Next slide, please. In our lobby, we collaborated with local environmental group Engage On to create an interactive that showcases the impact of climate change on our local community, engaging visitors to identify what they will miss as a result of climate change. Next slide, please. Engage On created cards that symbolically represent achievable actions that we can take to address climate change that our visitors can take with them after seeing the show, then a process for how we can track our time working on climate actions. Next slide, please. I'd just like to showcase some of the free public programs we are offering in conjunction with the show: 2 Zoom artist panel discussions and a free on-site family day that will feature a City of Palo Alto fire truck. Next slide, please. And then coming up, we'll have an exhibition focused on water and contemporary art with a selection of artists exploring the topic in a wide range of media. And next slide. Then in the summer, we'll feature a juried exhibition exploring the theme of Earth. Next slide, please. This is my contact information. Thanks very much. I'll turn it over to Karen Kwan, Development Director at the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Hello, council members. My name is Karen Kwan, and I'm the Director of Development with the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. Next slide, please. The city budget cuts during fiscal year 2021 continues to have a profound impact to the exhibition program at the Art Center. The budget cut has eliminated 0.75 FTE curator position, leaving Art Center Director Karen Kinsel with the added responsibility serving as acting curator for the last 2 years. The budget cut also eliminated the contract installation crew who were previously city contractors. Next, please. As a result, the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation has stepped up to cover these additional expenses. For fiscal year 23, we're looking at a total of $83,000 as listed. In order to keep the Art Center's exhibition program going strong, now more important than ever. On behalf of the staff and the board of the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation, I want to thank the City Council for your continued support of the work of the Art Center. We look forward to collaborating with the city in furthering the council's sustainability and climate action plan. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I take it that concludes your presentation. It's an exciting set of exhibits year-long, and I just also want to express appreciation for the Art Center Foundation. They are one of so many incredible community partners that that leverage our resources, and who without that support, we simply wouldn't be providing the services to the community that we do. So thank you again. And I don't see any comments from colleagues, so thank you very much for your present. Oh, Councilmember Cormack.
I just want to let you know that I just slipped a note to the staff working on our workshop in October on climate action, suggesting maybe the Art Center could have a table there, and staff seems interested. So look to hear from us on that.
Great. So that concludes our special orders of the day, and thank you everyone who not only attended, but thank you for all the contributions that you've made here. So our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions, of which we have none. And so we will then move on to public comment, which is on items that are not otherwise on the agenda, but are within the purview of the City Council. And I see so far we have 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Ken Horowitz, to be followed by Lisa Forcell. Welcome.
Good evening. I have 2 comments. First of all, thank you for moving your meeting to Tuesday night in celebration of Rosh Hashanah. And certainly the Jewish community, which there is a large number in this county, in this city, appreciates it as well. So thank you again. The other comment, which you've heard me speak about very often, is about Cubberley. I believe that Cubberley is an important priority for the city, and I'm looking forward to the newly elected city council and school board members to address it as well. If you have been following some of the debates, some of the comments from the school board have been very interesting regarding the additional 7 or 8 acres, which the school district has rights to, but is willing to give them up. And so I'm hopeful that the school board liaison of this council, when they meet with Don Austin next month at their normal meeting, would ask him what he thinks about the future of Cubberley. And I hope we can move forward in 2023. When I heard Assemblywoman as you speak about the Palo Alto History Museum, I wondered why not we could also find funds for Coverly as well. So thank you for your time and Lashana Tova.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Forcell, and before continuing, I just want to make sure everybody's aware that this is not the SCAP item, which will be item number 10 at approximately 7:30, maybe a few minutes before. Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to speak to the public that might be listening in tonight. I wanted to say a few words about Measure L. I currently serve on the Utilities Advisory Commission, but I'm here representing myself only. And I just wanted to take a minute to point out some of the differences between our gas utility and the utility that would probably serve us if Palo Alto didn't own its own gas utility, which is PG&E. PG&E is a profit-seeking utility that pays dividends to its shareholders. Our utility is city-owned and has historically paid dividends back to our community that we have used on programs and services that people love. Measure L will continue a practice that has been in place for decades. It was legal when the practice was started, and Measure L will ensure that it remains legal. Our gas rates will continue to be lower than PG&E's for almost all customers. As the council considers important steps tonight for meeting our climate goals, let's remember the importance of not lowering the cost of fossil fuels compared to electric power at precisely the moment that we as a community and as a planet need to transition away from fossil fuels. I urge the public to vote for Measure L. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by our final speaker, Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you. Recently, my younger sister visited, and we had a conversation about the ongoing climate crisis and the collapse of the biosphere. Let me tell you a little bit about my sister. She got her undergrad degree from Berkeley, and she went on to get a law degree, and she practices both family law and public education law. And she's getting an advanced degree in public education policy. She's always fought for feminist causes, focusing on helping mothers and their children. And I've always admired her optimism and her fighting spirit, which is why my recent conversation with her was so disturbing. Because when it comes to fighting to preserve a habitable earth for humans, she appears to have given up. She's lost all hope. She's given up on a future for her 3 kids, my 2 nephews and my niece. I was stunned. I didn't sleep well that night, but in the morning, I became more determined than ever. More determined to fight for our future, more determined to restore hope for my younger sister, more determined to fight for a future for my niece and nephews, for my kids, and for all kids. I want to show my sister that there is hope, and I want to bring her back into the fight. I want to start here, now, tonight, and show her that we can make a difference in our communities. We can do what we must do, which is stop burning fossil fuels. Let's show my sister, let's show our kids, let's show our community, and let's show the world it can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
So, I am the son of Daniel Ben-Ezra Fink, who did change his name to Stephen James, and the grandson of Louis Bayer Finkelstein, a 1913 graduate of Cornell University. He was the youngest of 19 Ukrainian Jews. Why do I say that? Well, I believe we Jews know a little bit about canines and how they were used during the Holocaust against Jewish prisoners. And I'm reading just a little teeny bit here. It says some of the dogs in the camp served to attack prisoners. Among them were Rolf, the dog that belonged to Amon Goth, who commanded the Plaszow camp in Poland and Bari, the dog that belonged to Kurt Franz, the last commander of the Treblinka camp. Bari was trained to attack prisoners' genitals. Yet we Jews haven't taken a strong enough stand. And I'm right now going to be asking Josh Becker and Mark Berman to talk about legislation to end the ability of dogs that apprehend human beings and bite and attack them, to prevent that statewide. We know from all the information that I've sent you all, mauled when canines are used as weapons and all the other pieces that I've sent you over the last many months, that it goes back to the time of enslaved peoples, right on up through the civil rights movement and the Black Lives Matter movement. We use these vile, vicious dogs and their vile and vicious handlers to attack Black and brown people. And I sent you a case that I worked on for 5 years, way back in '79, in Ray Weller, a nuclear weapons protest case. But why did I send that case to you? Because I wanted to talk about the Nuremberg principles and international law. When you knew or should have known that your government is engaged in war crimes, and what's the war? The war against Black and brown people and crimes against humanity. The attack by canine dogs at dark, under the cover of darkness. And who has the highest obligation to uphold the Constitution and international principles? Our elected officials, our city council members in this case. And you got to tell Andrew Binder that we're not going to tolerate killer canine dogs released on Black and brown people, where we don't get to see the video footage, the body worn footage, where we don't get to see the still footage, the photographs, the medical bills. It's all kept secret. It's a secret police, just like the effing Nazis. And it's no better time to appeal to the Jews in this community in leadership positions to take a stand to prevent this against another discrete minority, people of color. And it doesn't just have to be Jews. You council members can do the same thing. Thank you very much.
That concludes our public comments. And so we now will move on to our consent calendar. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar? We do have public speakers. We'll have them on the screen in a moment. Our first speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
Okay, Pat, Mayor Byrd, I'm going to just ask you to look at the AB 1481. My notes from the other night, I don't have them, but it's the bill that talks about the military equipment in local police departments. And it's a transparency bill. We're supposed to know what kind of military equipment we have in our local law enforcement, so we can make complaints about those and prevent from the local government from using them if they're unnecessary, for us to be able to look at less intrusive weapons, alternatives to those. But what I was concerned about most when this was on the first time was it's very clear that the governor signed this bill because he was concerned about the proliferation of military equipment. And there's many people in our community that are equally concerned about it. And that it was supposed to be primarily a transparency bill, and that the city manager, as you know, I complained that it was buried at, like, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night. And also that there was supposed to be public outreach, not just one time up on the city council calendar agenda at 10 p.m. to do that. And you guys just thumbed your nose at me, surprise, surprise, and didn't hold Andrew Binder and the Palo Alto Police Department and yourselves to the responsibility to have very public and multiple conversations about the specifics of the military equipment in our possession, and then to make a reasonable and measured decision, objective judgment about whether we should retain those weapons at all. There was some compelling I don't know if I want to call them compelling, but there were some strong arguments that in time of war, we might need those. But again, it's not supposed to be quote unquote the war against our own people, the war against Black Lives Matter individual, the war against Native Americans or indigenous people. So when I use that term war, it's what I'm talking about is like a foreign where we're actually invaded by people that don't fall under the umbrella of this country. But that didn't take place. You all just gave it sort of a sham review and said, yeah, go ahead and keep all the military equipment, even though we don't all know what all of them really are, and we don't really know what alternatives exist, so we wouldn't have to keep the heavyweight military equipment that we have. Now, we don't have as much equipment as the San Jose Police Department, larger departments, but that doesn't answer the question. We still needed to do a more thorough job. Thank goodness this comes on every single year now, and you're going to have to take a look at it more closely in the future. But I would ask you to take this thing off calendar, to discuss it more thoroughly and bring it back up and do justice to it. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments on the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve the calendar?
I'll move consent.
Okay. And I will second that. Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 5.
Okay. All right. I see no further lights. So will the clerk please call the roll with an understanding that Councilmember Tanaka is voting no on 5.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the exception of item 5 where Councilmember Tanaka votes
Okay.
no.
Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to speak to your no?
Councilmember Kuz online? I do, although
I
someone else is
apologize.
also talking.
What was it? Oh, Councilmember, oh, I apologize. I didn't know Councilmember
Oh,
Ku had
and I'm sorry,
joined.
Vice Mayor Ku
Vice Mayor Ku.
is virtually.
And how do you vote,
Present.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Let's see, do we see her visually?
No, sir, she does not have her camera on. I see her on the list, though.
Okay. Well,
Actually, I think that's just her iPad that's set up. That's not Vice Mayor
Okay.
Ku actually participating.
then go ahead, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, so item 5 is the notification system for the power outage. And why I definitely think it's important for us to notify people when there's power outages and how it's being resolved and keeping people abreast of it. $625,000 is a ton of money to do something like that. And I think there are much lower cost ways of doing something like that than spending that kind of money on this. According to the report, there were 19 outages in 2022, which strikes me as being high. So for me, rather than spending money on, or as much money as we are, on this notification system, I think we should instead spend it on trying to reduce the outages, diagnosing, trying to figure out what equipment needs to be fixed. I would much rather see funds allocated towards that versus just merely a notification system. Thanks.
That concludes our consent calendar. And so our next item is city manager comments. Mr. Shikata, I see you're on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As usual, request the city clerk's assistance. Thank you, bringing up that slide. Let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, in our weekly update, oops, let's see if we can, yes, thank you. Weekly update related to the pandemic would note continuing progress with the county, again, having released updated guidance. The most recent information from the county public health officer does continue to strongly recommend, really, I think the term was universal, face coverings in indoor settings. At the same time, the CDC, as well as the general information provided from the state does reflect relaxing of requirements to recommendations. Then also want to note that in terms of vaccination availability, there has been additional release of information from the CDC that reinforces that getting both the flu vaccine as well as the COVID-19 booster or vaccinations can be done safely at the same time. Next slide, please. Want to note, upcoming this weekend, the very popular Great Glass Pumpkin Patch will be at the Palo Alto Arts Center grounds, and will be the first time coming back since the COVID, and will be looking forward to receiving members of the community to participate in this really unique event. Next slide, please. Take it, it's not just me. I'm having a little bit of glitch. Looks like a little challenge. Thank you, City Clerk, for maintaining one slide at a time. Want to note our community survey, our annual community survey is coming up. Every year when the survey goes out, we do receive a handful of requests or questions from residents asking if it's actually a survey from the city. So want to let folks know that over the next week or two, you will actually be receiving the annual community survey that is commissioned by the city. An important opportunity for us to get feedback from community members throughout the city, statistically significant, on a range of issues, including general community quality of life, as well as services and programs provided by the city, as well as helping us identify any unmet needs. Next slide, please. Also coming up, I know we'll be discussing this in more detail later tonight, so just want to highlight at a high level a couple of website opportunities we've got available for access. One is the digital interactive tool that we call the Sustainability Hub at cityofpaloalto.org/sustainability hub, that really provides a gateway to additional tools and ability to check in on what's going on throughout the city and activities that neighbors are taking in pursuit and advancing our sustainability priorities. And in addition, if you're interested in taking action, on the lower half of this slide here, there are additional tools that are now available through the city's website at cityofpaloalto.org/goelectric to help homeowners and residents in general find information for how to electrify your home in a variety of ways. Next slide, please. Then just want to highlight a few upcoming dates for the council's future council meetings. First, next week, following up on tonight's discussion, you'll have the Sustainability Climate Action Plan Update Part 2, as well as council discussion and potential action on taking positions on the November 22 ballot. Then, as we look forward in a couple of weeks, given that the October 10th council meeting will be canceled in observance of Indigenous Peoples and Italian Heritage Day, that on October 17th, we'll have a pre-screening of the development proposal related to the Creekside Inn on El Camino Real, as well as the 2022 green building updates. And then further out, we've got the NVCAP, Parklet Standards, and Economic Development study session upcoming. And I believe that concludes my slides for this evening.
Thank you. So that moves us on. We don't need our break at this time. I don't believe, unless everybody's good. So that brings us to our principal item tonight, which is our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan update, an initial council review and consideration of proposals. Next Monday, we'll have a continuation of this item where we expect that that's where we'll be taking actions as a council. But because this is so comprehensive and represents over a year's worth of work on a whole series of facets of the program, we wanted to concentrate tonight on bringing the council and the public up to speed on where things are, and really in a way that's not rushed, be able to present these facets of the aspects of the program, but in all likelihood defer the real discussion until next week. We will have opportunities for the public to speak on both nights because it is one continuing action item. But we're asking that the public choose to speak on only one of the two nights, and they're welcome to decide which. What we anticipate tonight is, because we want the public as well and the speakers as well to have really heard the presentations and understand more fully where we are at the moment and what is being recommended. We'll be having the public comments fairly late this evening, with an exception for those who are by necessity on earlier schedules, in particular students who I understand we have a group of Palo Alto students who wish to speak, and I don't want to keep them up past their time where they need their valuable sleep. And so we'll have an earlier public comment period after the initial staff presentation for asking that people speak at that time only if they really have a conflict with speaking later in the meeting. And so Director Eggleston, are you kicking everything off?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Okay, well, thank you and good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Tonight's item on the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, or SCAP as we more generally call it, is, as the mayor described, expected to stretch over tonight's meeting and on into next Monday's council meeting. And just want to note, the proposed actions we are bringing to the council with this item really represent the culmination of much of staff and the SCAP ad hoc committee's work that's been going on over the past year. So I plan to briefly introduce the topic, and then we will divide the bulk of the staff presentation into three main parts, each of which is at least partly reflected on. Next slide, please. On this slide with our objectives. So those three main topics, we'll have a review of the proposed SCAP goals and key actions, and Sustainability Manager Christine Long will present that part. We'll have a review of the proposed green building or REACH code ordinance items in advance of them coming to council for review in October, as City Manager Shikata noted, and Chief Building Official George Hoyt will be here to present that section. And then we'll have a group of actions that a review of the group of actions that allow the launch of the city's proposed new advanced heat pump water heater pilot program. And Utilities Assistant Director Jonathan Abenschein will be presenting that. So I also wanted to emphasize the interdepartmental nature of the SCAP work. As we've said before, you don't see too many of us here in chambers because most are attending virtually. But there are a total of 24 staff members from 4 city departments that are here tonight in support of this item. Next slide, please. So before we get into those 3 key areas of the presentation that I mentioned, I wanted to briefly review some information that sets the stage for some of the actions that are being proposed. And you may recall, as we shared a few months ago, that the latest report by the IPCC confirmed that fossil fuel emissions need to be dramatically reduced if the world is to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And recall that that's the level that's anticipated to avoid some of the worst case global warming scenarios that we definitely want to avoid. Palo Alto's 80 by 30 goal, which is our key climate action goal, and to enumerate that, that is an 80% reduction from 1990 greenhouse gas emissions levels to be achieved by 2030. Actually aligns well with the global reductions that are modeled as being needed to meet the goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The middle section of this slide here emphasizes really that we now have technologies and more affordable renewable energy available that allow us to have a much better ability than in the past to switch from burning fossil fuels and actually be able to meet these goals. Next slide. And it is noteworthy that recent actions at the state level support the actions that are being proposed for adoption by Palo Alto. So last week, California enacted some of the nation's most aggressive climate measures in history as Governor Newsom signed a sweeping package of legislation to cut pollution, protect Californians from pollution, and accelerate the state's transition to clean energy. The governor partnered with legislative leaders this session to advance groundbreaking measures, some of which are shown on this slide, to achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2045 and 90% clean energy by 2035, as well as other measures. Next slide. So these charts should be familiar, but as a refresher, this one shows Palo Alto's greenhouse gas emissions in 1990 and where we stand for the most recent 2 years for which we've completed inventories, which are 2019 and 2020. And you can see on the slide, if you look at 1990, that the most significant decrease has been the shift to carbon neutral electricity, which resulted in that top brown portion of the 1990 bar going away. Next slide. Really just an add-on to the first, but in 2020, the bar to the right, we were at about 50% of the 80% reduction we need to meet the 80 by 30 goal, meaning of course that we still have about 30% of the 80% to go. And the dashed green line on this chart shows our 80 by 30 target, which is about 156,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And then our remaining emissions on the bar chart there are about 1/3 natural gas use in buildings and about 2/3 from transportation. Next slide. So kind of building from that and understanding that transportation and natural gas use in buildings are the overwhelming majority of our emissions, the analysis, as we've been working on this, done by staff and our consultant AECOM, identified the outcomes that are on this slide as those that are needed in 2030 to be able to reach the 80 by 30 goal. So I won't read through them all in detail, but kind of in summary, we need to focus on reducing vehicle travel through telecommuting and alternative commute modes. We need to greatly expand EV adoption, both in terms of full-size EVs and smaller electric mobility like e-bikes and e-scooters. And finally, we need to dramatically reduce emissions from buildings, which includes converting nearly all natural gas burning appliances to electric ones in single-family residences and on commercial rooftops, which are typically HVAC equipment. Next slide. So this slide lists some of the ongoing work by staff, the SCAP ad hoc committee, and the SCAP working group and working group teams that's been going on this year. And I think the last time we were in front of you discussing this was Earth Day. So following that study session with the council, The ad hoc and the working group teams recommended prioritizing residential building electrification, specifically focusing on heat pump water heaters in single family homes as our important starting point in that work. And while heat pump water heaters surfaced as the primary near-term focus, there were other critical focus areas that included and had a lot of discussion: grid modernization, the importance of outreach and engagement to the community about how to electrify efficiently, reducing costs to building owners and impacts to the electric system. And these discussions also included consideration of technologies like lower powered electric vehicle chargers. So just want to note, although the advanced heat pump water heater pilot program that we're going to talk about tonight is the first new program being recommended for council approval, a really key next step is for staff to go back and update our SCAP 3-year work plan to include the work that's needed in these other areas that are really critical areas. And so we've got these actions before the council this week and next week. When we're done with that, really the staff's next priority is going to be to get slogging on updating that 3-year work plan with a goal of bringing that back to the city council by the end of the calendar year this year for their acceptance. So I do want to spend a little bit more time on this slide here, given that I just mentioned grid modernization for the first time tonight, to acknowledge some valid concerns about increasing our electric demand through these programs. So as I've described and we've been discussing, we know that electrifying buildings and vehicles are going to be critical to fighting climate change on our part. And we also know that various parts of the electric system are going to need to be upgraded to accommodate that progress. So just a couple of key things here. We know that we need more energy generation in peak summer hours. This is not just a Palo Alto issue. This is statewide. That's what causes the tight grid conditions that can potentially lead to rolling blackouts in the summer. And we know that the California Independent System Operator and state are working on that issue and hope to see progress. We also need more transformer capacity and to modernize Palo Alto's electric distribution system, primarily in residential neighborhoods. And we've had a lot of discussions this year, primarily in one of our working group teams, about work that the utilities department is doing to finish up a plan this year, which they will then intend to roll into construction as quickly as possible after that to address these issues in our distribution system here in Palo Alto. So given these factors, we're first promoting heat pump water heaters citywide while this grid modernization work occurs, because it has the least impact of any of the grid, any of the measures we could take while that work is still happening, and also significantly reduces emissions. But I do just want to acknowledge, we know that grid modernization is necessary to support wider conversion on a citywide scale of gas equipment to electric. That's a high priority, and that will definitely be part of our planning going forward so that those two things coordinate well together and the grid modernization work allows the wider electrification to move forward. So that was a mouthful, but I'm almost done. Let's see, next slide, please. So before moving into the goals and key actions part of tonight's presentation, I did want to take a moment to recognize the members of our working group and our working group teams who have committed their expertise and really, I'd say, their passion to this effort. I think we've talked in previous sessions with the council about the fact that the SCAP ad hoc committee formed a working group to draw upon the expertise of community members. The working group members that are on this slide were individuals selected by the ad hoc committee who committed to attending multiple SCAP ad hoc committee meetings and working on discrete projects outside of those meetings as well. So that's our working group. And next slide. This is the working group teams, the technical team, finance, and communications team shown on this slide. And really, these teams were formed in order to do a more deeper dive on residential building electrification. Each of these working group teams was led by one council member, one of the ad hoc committee members, and a staff member. And you'll note that each team also has one member from the Utilities Advisory Commission. That's in alignment with some of the discussion with the joint study session between the council and the UAC, at least one working group member, and additional community members. So this work of the teams was incorporated into the SCAP goals and key actions. And as I said, will be incorporated into the 3-year work plan that we'll be updating. And grid modernization, as I noted, was an important part of these discussions as well. And I just really want to know all the work we did benefited from the involvement and input of these community partners, which we greatly appreciate. So with that, next slide, that takes us to the goals and key actions. And I'm going to turn it over to our sustainability manager, Christine Long, for that portion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Director Eggleston. Okay, is that better? Next slide, please. So what we're presenting tonight is the 4th version of the SCAP goals and key actions. The first 2 versions incorporated extensive community feedback, and we focused those on 7 areas: energy, mobility, electric vehicles, water, climate adaptation and sea level rise, natural environment, and zero waste. And then we had our consultant AECOM perform an impact analysis on the estimated greenhouse gas reduction potential of the proposed actions, the estimated costs, as well as additional sustainability co-benefits. And then that resulted in the 3rd version of the SCAP goals and key actions, where we added a new climate action area and further refined the goals and key actions to better reflect the outcomes of that impact analysis. So this 4th version incorporates guidance from the SCAP ad hoc committee, the SCAP working groups, the SCAP working group teams. And as Director Eggleston mentioned, this is meant to be a high-level roadmap to achieve our 80 by 30 goal. And once council accepts the SCAP goals and key actions, we'll be able to commence the California Environmental Quality Act evaluation of the full SCAP. Next slide, please. So the full goals and key actions can be found in attachment A, starting on packet page 104. I won't be reviewing all of the key actions in this presentation, but the full list of key actions, we have set them up as backup slides in case council wishes to discuss any action in further detail. So the 8 areas of the SCAP are all equally important, but 3, energy, electric vehicles, and mobility, have the highest potential for the largest greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And so each of these areas, while they have their own goals and key actions in their own sections, they all comprise this overarching climate action area. And the key actions for the climate action area cover community assistance, which includes actions such as enabling any resident to receive guidance on reducing their building and transportation emissions via a simple phone call or an interactive web application like the Sustainability Hub or communications platforms. And then staff analysis, which includes actions such as completing studies to identify additional actions needed to achieve 80 by 30, funding alternatives, and carbon neutrality options. And then the last category is staff and council action, which is just one action to present options to council for consideration to accelerate electric vehicle mobility and energy emissions reductions activities. Next slide, please. So natural gas use represents about 1/3 of our remaining greenhouse gas emissions. And the AECOM impact analysis found that building efficiency and electrification are important strategies to reduce our natural gas use in buildings. At the same time, as Director Eggleston mentioned, grid modernization is critical to accommodate the technologies that will enable electrification. So the key actions for the energy area include those that reduce greenhouse gas emissions in appliances and equipment, both in single family and multifamily and non-residential buildings. Reduce natural gas use in buildings, including major facilities and city facilities. Make it affordable by supporting income qualified residents and vulnerable businesses, and developing electric rate options for electrified homes, EV charging, and solar plus storage microgrid customers. And paving the road to electrification, which includes using codes and ordinances to facilitate electrification where it's feasible, and to develop and implement an electric grid modernization plan to increase capacity and resilience. Next slide, please. So transportation-related emissions represent about 2/3 of our remaining emissions. And reducing transportation emissions requires addressing 3 areas. So 1 is reducing the carbon intensity of fuels. 2 is increasing vehicle efficiency, and 3 is reducing vehicle miles traveled. So because transportation is so complex, we have 2 transportation-related areas: electric vehicles and mobility. Now, the electric vehicles and mobility plans work in sync to jointly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled. The electric vehicle area addresses the carbon intensity of fuels. And the goals of the electric vehicle area are to reduce transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions and develop a public and private charging network to support EV adoption. The key actions follow into 3 categories: education and awareness and collaboration, which includes key actions to raise awareness of financial and emission savings of alternative transportation modes, meaning anything other than single occupancy vehicle travel, micro-mobility, electric vehicles, e-bikes, and available incentives, and to collaborate with regional partners, other agencies, and local nonprofit partners. Expand EV infrastructure, which includes access for multifamily residents and income qualified residents to electric vehicle charging access. And then the final category is electrify fleet vehicles, including Palo Alto's own municipal vehicles, as well as supporting state policy efforts to electrify fleet vehicles, and that includes delivery trucks. Next slide, please. So while, as I mentioned before, EVs address the carbon intensity of fuels, mobility addresses vehicle miles traveled. And it's sometimes assumed that switching from gas-powered vehicles to electric vehicles solves all of our transportation-related emissions issues. But EVs are only a part of the equation. We also must address vehicle miles traveled, which impacts congestion. And we also need to develop alternative means of transport beyond being dependent on our cars. In addition, huge amounts of land that could otherwise be used to house people or to be dedicated to nature are still reserved for road and parking garages. And of course, if we ever shift to consumption-based emissions inventory, it's still, the manufacturer of electric vehicles produces greenhouse gas emissions. So in order to meet our 80 by 30 goal, we have to also look at strategies to reduce vehicle miles traveled, as well as increasing the mode share for active transportation and transit. So key action categories are promote alternatives to single occupancy car trips. So activities such as implementing transportation and land use infrastructure, investments, programs, policies, and incentives to increase mode share for active transportation and transit for local work trips. Expand the availability of transit and shared mobility services, and update and implement the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. Change the way we think about parking cars by implementing smart parking infrastructure in public garages and proposals for council to price parking in business districts. Learn how we can grow without increasing greenhouse gas emissions through actions such as conducting a land use and transportation study and continue implementing the city's housing element of the comprehensive plan. And the last category is leverage current tools to foster mobility-related greenhouse gas reductions, such as utilizing development regulations and standards to continue creating a housing density and land use mix that supports transit and non-single occupancy vehicle travel and other transportation modes. Next slide, please. So switching gears to water, as we all know, water is a limited resource in California, and its availability will be further impacted by climate change. Water reuse will increase in importance as California's population expands, and climate change and new environmental regulations pose uncertainties in our imported water supply availability. Whether a water shortage exists or not, making water conservation a California way of life is a concept that we embrace here in the city. The goals for the water area are to reduce our potable water consumption and to develop a water supply portfolio that supports our urban canopy. The key actions for water include things like maximizing cost-effective water conservation and efficiency through incentives, outreach, and education and other programs, and developing and implementing projects that result from a one water portfolio for Palo Alto, which includes but isn't limited to things like stormwater, recycled water, on-site reuse, conservation, and groundwater. Next slide, please. So climate adaptation refers to the actions that we can take to improve our community's resilience when confronted with the impacts of climate change, whereas actions that reduce the net amount of greenhouse gas emissions are emissions reductions or climate mitigation. So climate adaptation planning is an area that is most effective at the local level and requires dealing with a lot of uncertainty. It's a long-term process that should allow immediate action when necessary, but also we need to be able to pivot and to changing conditions and new knowledge. So while the goals and key actions in this area are primarily focused on sea level rise and wildfire protection, the city is pursuing many other climate protection and adaptation strategies, such as addressing extreme weather and natural disasters like floods. The key actions to minimize the impacts of sea level rise include developing and implementing a sea level rise adaptation plan with goals to preserve and expand habitat and protect city and community assets and private property. And the key actions to minimize the impact of wildland fire hazards include implementing the Foothills Fire Management Plan and minimizing fire hazards by maintaining low density zoning in wildland fire hazard areas and enforcing building codes for fire resistant construction. Next slide, please. So sustainability is not just about mitigation and adaptation and resilience, but it's also about regeneration. So that would be identifying opportunities for renewal, restoration, carbon sequestration, and growth of our natural environment. Palo Alto will continue to build and restore the natural environment and its ecosystem services and biocapacity that supports it, including soils, tree canopy, biodiversity, and other areas of the natural environment. Another item is enhancing and maintaining stormwater infrastructure, which will use natural areas and systems to provide habitat, flood protection, stormwater management, cleaner air, cleaner water, and human health enhancement. So the key action categories are maintain and protect tree canopy. This includes enhancing pollinator habitat and establishing a baseline and key performance indicator for carbon storage of tree canopy, restoring and enhancing biodiversity, including evaluating and modifying plant palette selection in project plans to maximize biodiversity and soil health. And a very new key action, this is something we just added to this version of the goals and key actions, which is to phase out gas-powered lawn and garden equipment in compliance with California's new AB 1346. And the last category is reduce pollutants entering the bay. by doing things like establishing policies and ordinance changes to support the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan and incorporate green stormwater infrastructure in future municipal projects. Next slide, please. So our last, but not least area is zero waste. And reducing waste is a very important strategy for both greenhouse gas emissions reductions and overall sustainability. Our current diversion rate is 84%. Diversion meaning all waste prevention, reuse, recycling, and composting activities that divert materials from landfills. Getting to our 95% diversion goal will require refinement and enforcement of our existing programs and the addition of new policies and programs, fostering producer and consumer responsibility, and building community collaboration on waste prevention. The key action categories are education and outreach, including food waste prevention and reduction, and providing waste prevention technical assistance to the commercial sector, and collaborating on and expanding policies. This includes prioritizing domestic processing of recycled materials and collaborating with stakeholders on legislation to spur domestic recycling and eliminating single-use disposable containers by expanding the disposable foodware ordinance, and a proposed key action to implement a REACH code standard for low carbon construction materials complements a proposed REACH code update that will be discussed next in the Green Building and Local Energy Updates presentation. So that is our SCAP goals and key actions in a very quick summary. And I'll pause now for Mayor Burt in case we want to have any council questions.
So you're pausing for which thing again?
For you, in case
For our
you
presentation?
in case you wanted to take council questions.
Great, okay. So why don't we go ahead and take a round of council questions on the presentations that we've received so far. And then we'll hear from those members of the public who need to speak earlier in the evening. And then we'll return for additional discussion. So as you'll, I think, all note that it's attachment A in our staff report, which is a very extensive update to the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan goals and key actions that Christine was just going through. And so there's a lot more to it than she summarized here. And every one of those are really important elements of the comprehensive climate and sustainability plan. But we've briefly had presented the strongest elements, but by no means is that the totality. So does anyone have any initial questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Philseth.
Sure, quick question. Sorry to dive in quantitative here, but so our goal is to reduce emissions from today to 2030 by a little over 200,000 metric tons a year, I think is what I get from this. There are a couple of your slides that say, you know, other reductions to be determined are needed. So if we do all the stuff in your program, except the other stuff yet to be determined, how close do we get to the 200,000 metric tons?
I'm recalling that we're 7% away. So I would have to look at it to figure out, to translate that into thousands of metric tons.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay. I'm not seeing lights. I'll go ahead and offer a couple things. One was, we'll dive into it a little bit more when we have a committee report. But on slide number slide number 3, one of the comments is that ditching fossil fuels is costly, but sticking with them is costlier. And I think that one of the things that we're going to want to bear in mind is that if we're talking about upfront capital investments and upfront investments, that's true. Over the long term, with what we have seen and will continue to see in really drastically declining costs of renewable energy, that the longer term, even medium term trend is that the cost savings may be very considerable. And we'll look at that a little bit later, but it has wide-ranging ramifications because that cost of renewable electricity, which we now can obtain and really throughout the country, and the solar is generally the cheapest form of electricity available for new electricity, where we've seen over the last decade where we started having coal-fired power plants being retired because it was cheaper to construct a new solar facility than it was to continue running an existing coal plant. That now is occurring widely even on natural gas power plants, and they're being retired for the same reason, especially in areas of the country like California with exceptional solar indexes. And the future costs of renewables, solar, wind, and others are projected to just continue to decline at the rate that they have for the last 20 years or so. And even if that rate moderates, it's still going to mean that by the end of this decade, we're going to be seeing incredibly cost-efficient electrification, that it will be new electricity will cost us less than existing power. And not only is that the backbone for our electrification of our transportation system and our buildings, which are two remaining big categories, but they're also the foundation for a whole bunch of other things that are just now really taking off in the entire climate sector. One is that the cost of generating alternative ways to have fuels such as green hydrogen power that replace fossil fuels where we can't readily electrify in certain industries and transportation. And that process is basically using renewable energy to split water and produce completely clean hydrogen power. We also have that process, the cost of that process is to a great degree driven by the cost of renewable energy, which continues to decline. And that's why the Biden administration and throughout Europe, there are billions and billions of dollars being invested in this sector because it's part of this remaining portion of our greenhouse gas emissions that needs to be addressed through new innovative ways. But when we look at our water sustainability and our advanced water recycling, which for us is recycling and wastewater, but for other places it's desalination, essentially the same process. That process is capital intensive, very low labor to operate, and high energy to operate. Once again, the cost of renewable energy drives down the cost of being able to produce purified water from desalination or otherwise. And then lastly, as we're looking on the horizon on how do we do what's called drawing down of carbon and removing carbon from the atmosphere, the Biden administration and throughout the world, there are massive multi-billion-dollar investments and greatly accelerating technology advancements in those methods. And again, they're dependent on renewable energy and the declining cost of renewable energy. So all that fits together in a massive trend that, as Brad pointed out, he said, we have a better chance than we did a few years ago at slowing climate change. And it's for those reasons. The downside is we have a more urgent need than a few years ago to slow climate change. So we're on parallel paths and a race to be able to not only do our part, but the context of Palo Alto and other small leading cities is that we have an impact orders of magnitude greater than our direct carbon reduction, because other cities and states and nations are looking to those who are on the forefront to come up with templates and work plans and models on how to achieve what they're going to be trying to implement in just the next few years. When at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, there were multiple sessions on climate initiatives. It was probably a third of all the topics discussed. And the big takeaway from those cities who are really trying to move in this direction, but are further behind clearly than us, was that they're desperately seeking models and work plans from those who are further ahead. And so what we do will have highly leveraged impact on others. And it answers one of the questions that we hear rightfully from members of our community is, why are we caring so much? We want to do our obligation, but why are we ahead of the curve? And if we actually want to have an impact, this is how we have the impact. It's not the amount of carbon that we directly remove, it's how we and others are able to move this whole course of action forward. I can tell you that California and its impact, and when Palo Alto was one of the first cities globally to have carbon neutral electricity, it was bigger news internationally than it was in Palo Alto. This stuff really matters, and we influence others, and it's something that should motivate us. So having said that, Councilmember Cormack.
You had asked for questions. Was this around for questions, or are comments available to
I was
everyone?
waiting for questions and nobody had a light on, so I used this opportunity to frame some things. But you're welcome to ask questions.
May others
Sure.
take that opportunity as well?
Sure.
Okay. Staff did a lovely job on page 84 of talking about why we're doing this, and slide 7 addressed it as well. But I've been thinking about how to frame this discussion tonight, which, you know, there's significant complexity, tons of numbers, things that are really, you know, advanced heat, water, hot, you know, people don't know. So we just could say water heater. How do we bridge the gap between that, which is where we've spent so much time and where so many of the 24 staff in our 4 departments are so knowledgeable? And the rhetoric that, you know, I fully expect we'll hear later tonight, and, you know, I share, that's scary and emotional. And what I want to emphasize for people who are working on this and the people who will be asked to make changes is that section starting on page 108 is really about what's in between. What's in between, you know, the scary emotional rhetoric and the super complicated details. And it's the actions that we as individuals and we as a community can take. And so there are a few that I just want to highlight. Starting on page 108, I just picked one in each section that I think is important for people to understand. And I will stick within my number. So C5 on page 108, complete a technical and legal study of funding alternatives. You know, the biggest question we had in the beginning is, how on earth are we going to pay for this as individuals and as a community? And we get questions about carbon taxes, parcel taxes, climate bonds. So this is real work that the staff is going to be doing that's going to make all the difference between moving from what we ask individuals to do and what we do as a community. Page 110, electric grid modernization. Again, a complicated way of saying, if people put in all these appliances and they flip that switch, are we ready to provide the electricity they need? I'm sure we'll discuss that in significant detail more. Electrifying fleet vehicles, page 112, electric vehicles, delivery trucks, a huge opportunity, and again, one beyond what individuals do. I gotta get my glasses back on. Page 114, the long-awaited and significantly delayed bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. We have all just been restraining ourselves from making decisions until and unless we have that. We talked about the parking as well. And then in water, the One Water portfolio is remarkably important. I'll have some more comments on that when we get to the reach code section. And then finally, page 119, the levy, S3. The levy work, people are really significantly starting to worry even more than they did a few years ago. So I just wanted to take a moment to talk about that space in between the detail level we'll be going through tonight, and that we hope and expect and trust our staff to work on, and in between how people are feeling and what they're saying. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
A few quick questions for you guys. Well, maybe not quick. Hard question, I guess. So, I was looking at slide 6, and I guess the one question I have for you is, like, for our electrical supply, right? A lot of it is renewable, right? It's provided by solar and wind, correct?
Yes, solar, wind, hydropower is also.
Okay,
a significant
hydropower,
portion.
yeah. But we're going through a drought, right? So probably hydropower is kind of somewhat dropping, I would imagine.
I could ask utility staff to speak to those specifics if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. But the thing I wanted to ask, and maybe as he gets ready, is what happens at night? So when the sun goes down and the wind stops blowing and the solar stops shining, what happens at night? Where does the power come from?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm Assistant Director in the Utilities Department, Jonathan Abenshine. So our power at night comes from a mix of hydropower and wind. And also landfill gas, which is base load for us. There are times over the course of the year when those sources aren't sufficient to meet our load. And at those times, we use power from the grid. And so our electricity sources would be the mix of grid power during that time. And there are times where our energy from those sources they actually exceed our demand. And during that time, we're actually putting carbon-free energy into the electric system. And what that does, because you can never have more generation than you have demand, is that our renewable power, surplus renewable power in those situations replaces grid power and gas power plants during that time. And we have a carbon neutral electric portfolio goal that's actually groundbreaking in the way it's formulated. And I'd have to give a lot of credit to the Utilities Advisory Commission and Council for pushing us to formulate our goals this way. But we look at the carbon content of the grid at every hour, and we make sure that in any given year, the carbon content of grid power that we use when we're in deficit is equal to or less than the carbon that we remove from the grid when we have surplus renewable energy.
Sure. Okay. So basically what you're saying is that at night, there are times when we don't have enough renewable power, right? Maybe the wind stopped blowing, or maybe
yes,
not much flow at the hydroelectric dams. And so what we do is we pull power off the grid, which may not necessarily be like totally renewable,
Yes.
like might be natural gas burning, for instance, but that we make up for it by supplying more later on when there's more demand, right?
Yes, and when that surplus is removed, when that surplus is put on, it actually reduces carbon content on the grid so that we have a net zero over the year. We take advantage of the fact that the climate is sort of indifferent to
Sure. No, I get it.
when the carbon's put in. We make sure that on balance, our electric portfolio has zero carbon emitted into the atmosphere.
I guess the part that I would find interesting is kind of all the times, because I know we're doing kind of this net neutral, right? So because we're at sometimes causing more carbon to be emitted, but we're trying to make up for it later, and that makes total sense to me. But I guess it would be interesting just for us to kind of know what is the total from that. And I realize we're offsetting it through producing more, but what is it total? Because I know for some places it'd be quite significant because a lot of times the sun, at night's not shining, right? Usually it doesn't, and the wind also tends not to blow at night as well. So you get this kind of double whammy going on. And so I'd be really interested to know just forget the offsets, although we could certainly count it towards what we're doing, but we could also buy carbon offsets as well. So I guess I'd be interested in just knowing the pure carbon output from electricity because of the fact that sometimes at night we don't have enough power. So I don't know if you guys have that available or it's in a report somewhere.
I don't have it available at my fingertips, but it's something we do report on. We actually have an annual report coming up with that information. So I'll get back to you with that.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Great to know. The second question is, and I'm not sure if you're necessarily the right person for this, but we'll see, is, so I like how you have this chart on 5 and 6, which shows the split between natural gas use and transportation, right? So that's the big bulk of it right now. And I guess what would be interesting is to think about this kind of like a return on investment point of view. How much money do we have to invest in something, and how much carbon does it reduce it by? And I don't know if you guys have a table somewhere where, for the various programs and various effort, what is the return on investment? Like how much carbon does it extract for the dollars that we have to invest into it, right? So for instance, like we have a program or a proposed program later on that we'll talk about 1,000 heat pump water heaters, right? So how much does that cost and how much carbon does it remove? Versus let's say, maybe we want to subsidize or incentivize people to get e-bikes, right? So how much does that cost and how much carbon would it remove? But I think it would be really interesting to have kind of a kind of like the almost like sensitivity analysis, right? Or kind of like a, I guess maybe return on investment is the best way of saying it, but basically, what is the source or program that extracts the most amount of carbon for the dollars that we have to spend, right? Maybe sometimes just buying carbon offsets, I don't know. But I don't know if staff already has that, but it would be really neat to have a compilation of all of that.
I would just say we've done some of that kind of work in a rough way. I think we did some when we were doing the impact analysis. That was over a year ago, so things have obviously changed since then. We are taking a look at, as we develop the 3-year work plan, trying to look at least broadly at kind of rough level of carbon reduction and rough level of cost, but don't currently have a plan to try to do an in-depth financial analysis that would actually tell us, the cost is $22.50 per ton for some action we might take.
Because I think that would be a useful calculation because we only have so much money and we want to try to maximize the impact that we could have given the budget and resources that we have. But so anyways, if that could be figured out or calculated somehow, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just first want to really thank the SCAP ad hoc for all the work that you've put in. I've been just amazed the amount of meetings that went into it, in addition to staff, as well as the community's interest. I mean, just a massive project, and it makes sense. And I really think there's likely no issue this council will address that is really more critical and impactful than the issue of climate change. And in many ways, I think what we're doing tonight sort of, kind of reminds me of that infamous quote now after the passage of the Affordable Care Act, where then Vice President Joe Biden pulled President Obama into a deep embrace, and he said, "This is a big deal." I left out the expletive because I know there's a lot of students watching tonight, but I do agree. I mean, this is a big deal. Now, does it go far enough? No. And can Palo Alto do it alone? No. But I think the mayor really outlined why this is so critical, and that so many other communities in the region really look towards Palo Alto for leadership in this area, and indeed around the world, which is pretty incredible. I think, is this scary? Yes, but inaction is far more terrifying. And I expect we are going to hear a lot from our community's youth tonight. I hope I know they're listening. I know they're paying attention. I know they're mad. I know they're active, and I'm excited to hear their voices. And yeah, I think we're going to hear from them. The time for rhetoric and talk is over. It's cheap. We're really running into our ultimate deadline here. And the more and more I see the clock ticking by, I'm more concerned of us being able to reach that 80 by 30 goal. I am relieved at the proposals that are being set forth. I think it makes it plausible, where just a year or two ago, it seemed very unlikely. But I think these strong actions are going to be able to, if not get us there, at least get us within the ballpark. And so that's exciting, and that's a worthy endeavor. A couple of questions. One, and so I'll focus on some more of the other SCAP initiatives. So our goals for the natural environment include increasing the tree canopy to 40% by 2030. What's the current percentage of our tree canopy?
It's currently 36%.
Okay, 36%. And does staff have plans on how we get that additional 4%? I mean, we did pass the tree ordinance, so great, but that helps on the preservation side. How do we gain that? Because it seems like a lot of the growth that we see coming and a lot of the projects that we continue to see proposed in the city eliminate trees, not necessarily really adding at least mature trees.
There are a number of programs in the city's urban forest master plan that we're working to implement that have these goals of expanding the canopy, as well as tracking our progress and measuring that along the way. One of those programs has to do with increasing the canopy coverage in south of Palo Alto, which is not as full a canopy as in other areas of town.
Yeah, absolutely. As a South Palo Alto resident, I respect that. Now, will that make the distinction between young trees and mature trees? I think the staff report did a great job explaining the sequestration effect that mature trees have compared to young saplings. Are we including that in that?
We do have urban forester Peter Gollinger as one of our 24 staff, and I'd like to call on his expertise to answer that question.
Good evening. Yes, so the programs that Brad was referencing in the Urban Forest Master Plan focus on adding additional trees, while the new ordinance focuses on preserving mature trees, which is going to increase the carbon sequestration capacity quicker than the new trees. Both contribute, but the protection of mature trees is going to increase the sequestration capacity much faster.
And sorry, and then so moving forward, when we're trying to promote new trees within that additional 4%, is there any kind of focus then on the type of trees or size or age?
Yeah, and some of that is also included in the ordinance with the focus on native climate adaptive species. Those also tend to be the higher sequesters because they are more successful in our climate.
Great, thank you. And then one quick question, since I'm out of time, but Ms. Luong, I think you mentioned this a little bit in your remarks. Currently, our ban on gas-powered leaf blowers is only for residential use, correct? would then in these proposals, I mean, you briefly mentioned on it, so I wanted to say the plan is to then extend that ban as well on commercial use of gas-powered leaf blowers?
Yes, we would follow the new law, which plans on phasing out all gas-powered gardening and lawn equipment for both residential and commercial.
Yeah, and can you remind me when that law goes into, when all commercial gas-powered leaf blowers would be banned?
I believe the phase out starts in 2024.
I'm sorry, isn't that phase out on sale of new units,
Yes.
not on use?
Right.
So that's a separate issue, is how we would phase out existing units.
Perfect. Okay, good. Thanks for that distinction. So I mean, I would recommend that we go further. We already have a ban on residential uses. I don't really see the logical reason why we would continue to allow it within the commercial space and not in residential. If it's good enough for residential, it's good enough for commercial. So I would encourage that we continue to do that as well and be ahead of the curve. We're doing that in so many other areas. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so as a member of the ad hoc, and I think my input's already been reflected in the report and presentation, so I don't really have a question, but I do want to thank, see us be a little thoughtful tonight about our council deliberation. I think one of the primary challenges in climate change has been the inability of governments to move quickly. And so let's break that cliche and see if we can get moving on these programs. I think tonight's really an opportunity for the council members that were not part of the ad hoc to ask a lot of questions and get comfortable with where we are. And so I hope, if they need additional time, that we'll hear a lot from them. And, the members of the ad hoc, we've all had a lot of opportunity to weigh in detail. So I do think it's possible we could finish this item tonight, but I would I'd just like to see us think about our process and keep it moving and see if we get this passed. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think at this time, we can go ahead and go to members of the public. And first, let's look at how many members need to speak at an earlier time, but maybe we can have the full public comment at this time after all, because I think we're a little ahead of our anticipation. No, we'd have one comment period. So Councilmember Cormack's question was whether members of the public would have an opportunity to speak separately on the heat pump water heater proposal. So if folks would like to speak on that and would like to hear the staff presentation before speaking, we can give a second comment period after that, but we're allowing people to speak at one time this evening. Okay, and do we have members of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition also who wish to put in at this hour? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started on public comments. Let's see how many speakers we're going to have, and so we can figure out whether we need to limit it to 2 minutes each, or whether we may be able to give 3 minutes per person.
So far, Mr. Mayor, we have 12 speakers.
Pardon me?
So far, we have 12 speakers.
12, you say? Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and proceed with the 2 minutes per person, because I expect we'll have more because we told people to anticipate that public comment would be a little later in the evening. So our first speaker is Lisa Forcell, to be followed by Carol Kaparski. Welcome.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Lisa Forcell. I serve on the Utilities Advisory Commission, but I'm here representing just myself today. There is much to be excited about in this SCAP update. I want to speak out in support of the heat pump water heater pilot program. This is an important first step that I hope will accelerate adoption of this greenhouse gas saving technology and launch Palo Alto on a good path, as well as serve as a template for other cities. I personally favor the option where there's a 7-year, $20 per month payment period, but any of the options presented are viable. I also want to speak out in support of additional reach codes. As proposed in the report, we need to act swiftly and assertively to convert our buildings to be low carbon and low water in both construction and operation. With respect to the need to develop an electrification workforce, I'm curious if there's been any outreach to local labor unions that represent workers with the skills required for our grid projects. This could be a productive avenue to pursue in addition to advocating at the state level. And I also want to call out that I appreciate the insights in the SCAP ad hoc report that the wattage of the equipment, including heat pumps and EV servicing equipment, really matters. Promoting low power EV chargers and heat pumps will make a difference on our grid health and our modernization costs. Thank you very much for all this work, and I'm looking forward to listening to the rest of the discussion tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Kaparski, to be followed by David Sacerdote. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Byrd and council members. First of all, I hope to see all of you voting to implement the SCAP and getting on with it. We have waited far too long. We're supposed to be implementing 2030 goals and it's already 2022. And that's not the fault of the SCAP committee. It's somehow, I'm not sure what happened. Anyway, it appears that the SCAP implementation will focus for the first year on the heat pump hot water project, heater project. Why? It's the low-hanging fruit, I am told. Very good. Electrification is a crucial step in reducing GHG emissions, but not good enough. Climate change is an emergency. We cannot wait another year or even a few months to get started on some of the higher hanging fruit. For example, we're encouraging single occupancy vehicle trips by building parking lots near Cal Ave. Instead, we need to be building a genuine, effective public transit system, free to riders. Let driving cost what it costs. And yes, electric cars are far and away better for the climate than gas ones, but they're still single occupancy for the most part, and they carry serious environmental costs, many in places far from our fair city. For example, lithium mines destroying mountains in Bolivia, cadmium mines in Congo, where children labor underground. Instead of e-cars, let's focus where there would be lots and lots of e-cars. Let's focus on e-buses, or better yet, e-shuttles. May I point out that both the heat pump project and many of the EV items emphasized in the key actions place the burden of climate change on individual citizens rather than the fossil fuel industry and other actual climate change perpetuators. However, many of the key actions actually do address this problem. Let's start moving on these before it's too late, alongside the home electrification project. Climate change will not wait for the Palo Alto process, so let's get started fast. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Sacerdote, to be followed by Peter Drechmeyer. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Hi. Yeah, I am a homeowner in the Fairmeadow neighborhood. And I'd like to say that I do support the SCAP, but to be honest, you need to be going a bit further. And a key reason is that the State Air Resources Board has announced that they are going to phase out the sale of new gas-burning home heating systems and hot water heaters by 2030. And the reality is Palo Alto runs its own distribution system. And it's a system with a significant fixed cost. And what that phase out means is that the city utility, the gas part of the city utility, will become unprofitable or faced with, frankly, exorbitant cost increases after 2030, which means that we need to actually be working for a full phase out by the mid-2030s. And that, in turn, means we should be looking not just at hot water heaters, but home heating systems, stoves, and absolutely everything else. And ideally, doing something like what Ithaca is doing and having a planned conversion of whole neighborhoods from gas to electric. And I think that if we did that and did that in a way that provided the necessary support for some of our less fortunate residents, that would actually be really ideal. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is former Mayor Peter Drechmeyer, to be followed by Katie Roof. Welcome.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. This is Peter Drechmeyer. I just want to say how impressed I am by the SCAP and how appreciative I am of all the people who put so much time into it. Staff, council members, community members. And yes, there's a lot more we need to do, and I'm sure we will do it, but there's a real reason to celebrate here. And I just wanted to focus briefly on the carbon neutrality goal, which I think is really important. Carbon offsets are good. They don't excite me as much as carbon sequestration. And Mayor Burt referred to cities being leaders and setting examples for others. And we actually have a leader close by in Redwood City, Clean Water Silicon Valley, which treats the wastewater of Redwood City and surrounding communities. They are using pyrolysis to turn sewage sludge into biogas, renewable energy, and biochar, which is a soil supplement that sequesters carbon and is loved by gardeners. So it could be a revenue generator for the city. And we are fortunate to have the Measure E site right next to the wastewater treatment plant. You know, the footprint for pyrolysis is not that great, but we do have that land. What we currently don't have land for is the water recycling we need to do because the wastewater treatment plant is maxed out. But the Measure E site could serve that purpose. Measure E allowed waste conversion. It didn't refer to wastewater treatment. But you could put a measure on the ballot, go to the voters and open it up for additional sustainability technologies. So we have a real opportunity. We need to hold on to that and proceed. Also, I just want to say oaks are fabulous trees. They're native to the area. They sequester carbon. They provide more habitat to wildlife than any other species, and they use very little water. So I'd love to see a focus on planting more oaks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Ruff, to be followed by someone it's showing up as building manager. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for giving us the chance to speak earlier in the meeting than those who may not need to go to bed in just about an hour. It's so lovely to be here and to hear about how much the council has started to listen to the voices of their community and has started to push for the aspects of sustainability that we really care about. From a youth perspective, I wanted to say how excited I am by the prospect of rolling out particularly the heat pump water heater turnkey program and how much I'm kind of like grateful to be opening the door to this conversation that will be sparked by this program. I know that it's not the end all be all and that we have a lot more work to do, but it's exciting to see us stepping into the door and starting to turn the wheels for a lot of progress that we'll need to make soon. I wanted to use this time to express a couple of things that the youth and the youth of the Palo Student Climate Coalition, I should say, and I would really like to see in the future. And in particular, we'd really love to see a partnership between the city and the youth climate movement. We have had a really wonderful chance already to meet with many of our city council members to realize that they have fully realized the burden of climate change that falls on the youth and how we must all share in this burden. And I've really appreciated that, especially at the rally last Friday in front of City Hall. I felt that feeling that we are coming together as a community, and it would be wonderful to officialize that in order to continue to have youth fully represented in the conversations of climate change that I know will only grow from here on out as we delve into a more clean energy future, as we try to reach carbon neutrality by 2030, as we try to hit all of these wonderful, very profound and progressive goals. I hope that you will continue to keep youth in your mind by partnering with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is listed as building manager, to be followed by Cedric Pitot.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Pat Martin, and I'm the building manager for the Peninsula Conservation Center, which is located in southeastern Palo Alto. We provide below market rate office space for many of the area's environmental groups, several of which have contracts with the city. We're proud to be the first Palo Alto non-residential building to be in the permitting process to replace rooftop gas heaters with electric heat pumps. And we were one of the first commercial buildings to install solar panels on our roofs. We know that tonight's focus is on the climate goals, key actions, and new hot water heater program. But we also know that gas-fired space heating systems are a major source of greenhouse gases, and that you'll be focusing on that very soon since it is a key action. When you are ready, we have suggestions for making the permitting and installation go more smoothly and quickly, and hopefully also less expensively for the next folks switching from rooftop gas units to electric heat pumps. So in closing, I'd just like to thank you for all the work you're doing to address the climate crises, and in particular to speeding up the conversion to electric heat pumps. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cedric Pitot de la Bogediere, to be followed by Robert Neff. Welcome.
Hello. Yeah, good morning. Good evening. Thank you for hosting this topic and for all the work on the SCAP. I also support the heat pump water heaters, and like the previous speaker, heat pump HVAC systems. We have both. Our heat pump space heater is a ground source, which is the most efficient of the active means of heating and cooling a home, and it is also very quiet. I would encourage you also to support the increased use of solar panels to offset the additional electricity that will be used by these electric appliances. And part of that, I think, is increasing the incentives for them, such as buying and selling electricity from utility customers at the same price. The current pricing model is somewhat of a disincentive to get solar because you sell the solar at a lower price than what you buy it from. And in addition, I would encourage you to move towards reducing carbon, as well as what are the efforts to sequester and generally draw down carbon from the atmosphere. There are great resources such as regeneration.org, which is a website which describes actions that we can take at all levels of society to reduce the amount of carbon that we emit and to reduce the atmospheric carbon. So I would urge you in general to move quickly as quickly as possible towards your carbon reduction goals, and to avoid descending too much into analysis paralysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Neff, to be followed by Julia Zeitman. Welcome.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. From reading the staff report, I now understand the importance of the heat pump water heaters and the switch to electric vehicles to meeting our aggressive climate goals, and I support this. But this is a yes and situation. We still do not address gas heating of homes, and with our current power grid in California, we still will have plenty of carbon emissions from electric cars if we only depend on cars to move people. Also, this looks like a plan to buy more stuff to solve our problems, and the habit of just buying and consuming more stuff and consuming more energy is a fundamental source of this problem. The mobility part of the plan is the fresh essence that can make our city's sustainability plan transformative, joyful, and fun. It challenges us to change the distances and modes we use to get around in our daily lives. This is a difficult challenge. It requires rethinking how our lives work, but it opens the door to enriching our lives as well. We have done exceptional work maintaining our neighborhood shopping centers, and to take advantage of these destinations, we have to make our streets comfortable for walking, bicycling, scootering, and e-biking. People walking in our neighborhoods should not worry about stepping off a curb and not being seen because we allow parked cars right to the corner. We have to give up a few parking spaces for pedestrian comfort and safety. Yes, and when parents say there's a dangerous crossing on Middlefield at Sutter, the city has to fix it. It means that we make sure a well-used bicycle route to Palo does not require dangerous sidewalk riding on Embarcadero. And it means completing our network of safe, comfortable, low-stress bicycle connections to every destination in Palo Alto. It also means dense housing all over Palo Alto, so people can live closer to their jobs in the Research Park, Stanford, or downtown, and to get people close to businesses. Good land use choices are required for meeting these goals. In closing, I ask you to accelerate adoption of the mobility changes called for in the sustainability plan. It's not just buying more stuff. It will make a positive transformation to our living in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin, to be followed by Vicki Vinker. Welcome.
Good evening, council members, and thank you so much to staff for your informative presentations. My name is Julia Zeitlin, and I am a member of the Ad Hoc Working Group and co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC, a group of local student leaders committed to climate justice. We at PASC urge you to approve the SCAP as soon as possible so we can begin implementing the key actions outlined in the plan. The SCAP was introduced 6 years ago in 2016, and its official approval is long overdue. We have an ambitious and bold goal of achieving 80 by 30 that we should be proud of. However, we must follow through. 2.5 million Floridians are under evacuation orders from Hurricane Ian, and many people in Puerto Rico are still without power due to Hurricane Fiona. Additionally, extreme flooding in Pakistan has displaced 32 million people. It has never been more clear that strong, bold climate action is necessary. The turnkey heat pump water heater program is just the beginning, replacing water heaters in 1,000 homes. Starting here is an important first step on a long journey ahead. While many are concerned about the increased stress electrification will place on the grid, this individual program does not exacerbate the issue of outdated grid infrastructure. Heat pump water heaters are efficient, low wattage, and do not cause high load demands from the grid. These concerns are valid and must be addressed, but should not affect our decisions to approve this heat pump water heater program. Developing technologies such as bidirectional charging show us that there are solutions out there to alleviate grid stress that should be explored as we continue to look at larger electrification initiatives. But we must go even farther. As a city, we should adopt a 2030 carbon neutrality program that will work in tandem with our 80 by 30 goal to help elevate Palo Alto as a model of sustainability. I believe each council member is committed to protecting our climate, as Katie Roof said from our conversations with council members. I hope you stand by your personal commitments to sustainability and to 80 by 30. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vicki Vinker, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I have to say, I am humbled to follow a member of PASC. These students are such a treasure in our community. But first, for my comments, I commend staff, the ad hoc committee members, and the working group teams for this impressive and critical update. You know, in 1988, I was practicing law in New York City, and the Natural Resources Defense Council was a pro bono client. We went to their remodeled headquarters, and I was wowed by lights that turned on and off automatically when I walked in and out of a room. It was the first time I had seen them. Since then, we've certainly made progress, such as with green building and reach codes, but not as much as I would have hoped in the intervening 34 years. However, tonight, I am encouraged by the ideas that have been presented for how to move more aggressively toward clean energy, toward our 80-30 goals, and even toward carbon neutrality by 2035. I applaud your attention to making it as easy as possible for residents to participate. For example, given that natural gas use in buildings accounts for the majority of our carbon emissions, I encourage council to support the proposed programs that phase out gas appliances at their end of life, or technically put, when they conk out, and programs that help residents finance new heat pump appliances, such as water heaters, by rebates or other means. I also appreciate asking those who own commercial buildings to pitch in too, similar to what we ask of residential owners, such as key action item E2 in the draft SCAP that includes replacing gas HVAC units on commercial rooftops. Finally, I'm excited about the momentum that has been generated by the ad hoc. And I know that we can keep that momentum going with continued engagement and commitment from council members. So thank you for these proposals, which I hope the council will support so that we can implement these programs as quickly and efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Staff is still using 3 feet of sea level rise by 2100 as the basis for new projects. However, this is outdated. NOAA now says a possibility of 3.5 to 7 feet of sea level rise by 2100. So please have staff be more conservative and assume a higher level of sea level rise for new sea level rise protection projects. Also, be sure to have them prioritize protecting the 101 highway, commercial facilities on the bay side of 101, and homes subject to high tide winter storm floods between 101 and Middlefield. The electric grid has a single geographic point of failure. I think adding geographic redundancy is at least a $50 million project that a lot of people will try and skip. But without this, we risk a citywide outage of weeks or even months. That's expensive, but if you really want businesses, employees, and individuals to go all electric, you need to pay it. Also, that does not count upgrading our local electric grid to carry the dramatically increased capacity and modernization and going all electric. Heat pump water heaters are challenging for older houses. Many houses have no garage. Many water heaters are in living spaces. So space and noise make installation problematic. Please keep installation optional for older houses. We need to continue to support solar and paying for it, residential rooftop solar. Homeowners are providing financing, land, and maintenance. They are part of the grid. The city should resist NEM's 3.0 tax on solar, falsely justified by PG&E claiming that homeowners' solar generation is not part of the grid and they are not paying for it when in fact they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach. Welcome.
Burning fossil fuels. I'm grateful to be in a community that cares about the climate. That said, our per capita fossil fuel consumption here is extraordinarily high. We're all susceptible to normalcy bias, but these aren't normal times. Our house is burning down, and this isn't fine. We need to stop burning fossil fuels in our personal life, at school, in our professional life, and in our community. We all need to be doing everything to stop burning fossil fuels. And if we don't stop burning fossil fuels in our community of Palo Alto, where we have all the resources and knowledge and wealth that we have, how can we expect any other community on the planet to do it? We have to do it here. Please, everyone, stop burning fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Sherry Lisgarden. Welcome.
Hi, I just wanted to thank everybody who's been working on this for your good work. Clearly more needs to be done and will be done, but thank you very much for the effort. We need to go, Palo Alto needs to step up, and we are stepping up. I wanted to add just a couple quick things, which was not only are we now have one of the strongest tree protection ordinances in the state of California, where the day after the council passed it, the state urban forester thought so highly of it, he passed it on to senior staff and said, take a look at this. This is a tree protection ordinance. Read it and pass it on as you see fit. That is how good Palo Alto's tree protection ordinance is, and once again, our city leads. Secondly, not only are we protecting trees and therefore contributing towards 2030 goals, but we are planting trees, as urban forester Peter Gollinger said. Remember, we are planting 10,000 trees in South Palo Alto as an equity measure to bring South Palo Alto hopefully up to canopy parity with North Palo Alto. 10,000 trees in 10 years. We're a few years into that effort. So we're saving trees, protecting trees, and we're planting thousands of trees in Palo Alto. I wanted to add that. And finally, I wanted to second Peter Drechmeyer's encouraging us to plant as many oaks as we possibly can. They are a tree like no other tree for many reasons. We need to plant as many as we can. They have attributes and they host habitat that like no other tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherry Lisgarden, to be followed by our final speaker in this round, who is Dashiell Leeds. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. Mostly I just wanted to thank the people who have been working on this. It was about 2 years ago when I listened in on a meeting and people were super frustrated. It was one of those Earth Day things and we hadn't made any progress. And Eric Filseth raised his hand and he said, it seems like we're doing all this good stuff and yet we're hearing that we're short of our goal. Is there a giant spreadsheet somewhere that shows the relationship between where we are today and where we want to be? And there wasn't, but the Sustainability Committee made one. They made a plan. They said, here's what we need to do. And then they came out with a knockout proposal for the heat pump water heaters, that really, right, if that doesn't work, there's nothing that's going to work. So I just wanted to say, I really appreciate where we've come and the work that's gone into it. The other thing I'd say about, the benefits of this is I don't think anybody mentioned health, but there are enormous physical and I think even mental health benefits to doing all of this work to clean up the air and, add trees and things like that. So I think that that's a huge deal. Anyway, I mostly just wanted to say thank you. And I can't wait to see what our city is able to do.
Thank you. And our final speaker in this round is Dashiell Leeds. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. Our chapter strongly supports the rapid approval and implementation of the SCAP. Urgent action is necessary, so let's move forward equitably and expand biodiversity. We support the Advanced Heat Pump Water Heater Program and the inclusion of the carbon neutrality goal as well. And for as long as gas pipelines continue to operate in our soil and in our homes, they'll continue to leak methane into our atmosphere and into our homes. A 2013 meta-analysis found that children living in a home with gas cooking have a 42% increased risk of having current asthma, a 24% increased risk of lifetime asthma, and an overall 32% increased risk of having current and lifetime asthma. So we know that gas pipelines massively accelerate climate change. We know that they're a public health hazard. And we know today that gas pipelines have no viable future in our society. So let's move forward. And I hope we can achieve a future where we can proudly say that we don't have operational gas pipelines flowing under our feet. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have an opportunity for members of the public who didn't speak at this time, but wish to speak after our heat pump water heater program with a focus comments on that. We'll give them another opportunity for a different group of people to speak. So now returning to staff, we have both the REACH code and the heat pump water heater program to have presentations on. Director Eggleston?
That's correct. And up here at the table is Chief Building Official George Hoyt, who will give the presentation on the green building and local energy code updates.
Great.
Good evening, Council, and thank you.
Can you pull that a little closer to you?
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. We are going to be discussing the green building and local energy code updates that we will be proposing here next month. To start off, the California Building Code standard are updated every 3 years. Our current code cycle covers January 2020 through December 2022. There are multiple parts within the state building standards, including Energy Code Part 6 and Green Building Standards Code Part 11, which we will be discussing further tonight. Local jurisdictions can adopt local building energy standards that are more efficient than the state's energy code, as long as these local standards are cost effective and do not preempt federal appliance standards. Local jurisdictions can also adopt amendments that are more stringent than the state's mandatory green building requirements. These local amendments must be justified based on climatic, geologic, and topographic conditions. Palo Alto has adopted green building regulations and local energy standards since 2008. These local regulations are intended to create a generation of efficient, environmentally responsible, and healthy buildings. We refer to these REACH codes collectively, or we refer to these local codes as collectively as REACH codes. We're going to, next slide, please. We're going to move into our current building code cycle. In 2019, Palo Alto City Council adopted the all-electric design mandate for new low-rise residential buildings. Palo Alto was one of the first cities to adopt this all-electric mandate. To date, there are over 60 jurisdictions in California that have an all-electric mandate for new construction projects. Mixed fuel designs are still allowed for non-residential new construction projects. However, they have to be more efficient than the state's minimum requirements by up to 12%, depending on the building occupancy type. The 2019 REACH codes are effective through the end of this year. To avoid a lapse in the all-electric mandate for new construction projects, Palo Alto City Council needs to approve a new set of REACH codes by November this year. Next slide, please. In the upcoming code, we're going to discuss the upcoming code at this point. The state's 2022 energy code is now transitioning to encourage heat pump water heater and space heating for most building types in Palo Alto's climate zones. Mixed fuel buildings with gas equipment are still allowed by the state code, but they must be built to meet all electric readiness standards. The proposed 22 REACH codes will carry forward, we will carry forward the local amendments from the 2019 REACH codes with additional requirements in the areas of building electrification, energy infrastructure, water efficiency, and reduced carbon content in concrete. In developing these proposed requirements, staff has considered environmental benefits, cost impacts, and to building owners and occupants, compliance flexibility, and code enforceability. The proposed 2022 REACH codes will be effective for a 3-year period starting January 1st, 2023. We're going to take a little bit deeper dive into the proposed requirements for single-family buildings at this point. Here are the proposed code requirements for single-family buildings, including detached ADUs. First, they must be all electric. Second, they must have one parking space that is EV ready or EV supply equipment installed. We are also proposing a new substantial remodel definition that will trigger whole home all electric uses 50% more of the wall height or replaces 50% or more of the existing roof area over a 3-year period will be considered a substantial remodel, and new building requirements will apply. Besides the all-electric requirements for new homes, we are proposing to prohibit extension of gas lines in existing homes to outdoor equipment such as fire pits, barbecues, and propane is a great alternative in these cases. We recognize the need to start transforming from high-use gas appliances to heat pump technology in existing homes. For residential remodel projects that include replacement in addition of the water heater, we will propose to require heat pump water heater installations. Note that we are not proposing to require heat pump water heater installations for standalone water heater replacements at this time. Next slide, please. This slide is a summary of the proposed requirements that I just described for single family homes that identifies what the all electric design requirements would apply to. At this point, we're going to move into the new proposals for multifamily buildings and non-residential buildings. For new multifamily buildings, we are proposing an all-electric design requirement. We will continue the current REACH code requirements of 1 parking space per residential unit that is EV ready or EV supply equipment installed. For existing multifamily buildings, we are proposing to prohibit, once again, the extension of gas lines to outdoor equipment. For new non-residential buildings, we are proposing a similar all-electric design requirement. We are also proposing to expand on the EV infrastructure requirements established in the 2019 REACH code. For non-residential buildings, except for hotels, we've created 2 categories for EV charging requirements. For non-residential buildings with 10 to 20 parking spaces, we are proposing 20% of the parking spaces be EV capable or EV ready, and 20% of the parking spaces have EV service equipment installed. Therefore, so 40% of the overall parking of this project will maintain EV infrastructure at a minimum. For those buildings with over 20 parking spaces, we are proposing a 15%. We're proposing 15% of the parking spaces be EV capable or EV ready, and 15% of the parking spaces have EV service equipment installed. So 30% of the parking spaces have EV infrastructure. For hotels, we're proposing an increased percentage of EV ready spaces from 20% to 30%, plus 15 or 10% of the parking spaces having actual EV service equipment installed. What I'm showing here in this slide differs slightly from the numbers that are in the staff report. Next slide, please. At this point, we are going to discuss our proposals for water efficiency requirements and carbon limits related to concrete use in new construction buildings. For the water efficiency, we are proposing to require covers for all new pools and outdoor spas. The proposed pool cover requirement saves water by reducing evaporation. We are also proposing that new cooling towers achieve maximum number of water cycles before they discharge to reduce water usage. And finally, we are proposing to adopt the same carbon limits on concrete use in new construction projects as Marin County's low carbon concrete code. At this point, Mayor Pat Burt, we will turn it back over to council for questions regarding these measures.
Thank you. And the combination of our existing REACH and green building codes with these proposals is very extensive. Thanks. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks so much. It's great to see substantial remodels in there. I know we wondered what that definition would look like, but I think 50-50-50, we can remember what that is. I'm glad to see that ADUs are going to be there. I know when we first went through this, there was some concern that wasn't viable yet. So really glad to see those. So I think. Let me just make sure I understand the carbon limits. Is that low carbon concrete? Is that what it is? Okay. All right.
Yes.
And that's not substantially more expensive even than regular concrete, right?
It is not.
Okay, great. So the concerns I have in this area are around water. I don't think we as a community are doing enough there. This council has a policy of supporting the Bay Delta plan, which could require us, to make do with less water than we're used to having now. So things I'm thinking about are reuse within buildings. Europe's been doing this for a while. Their hydroloop systems. This is the kind of thing we could be asking people to do in new homes in the same way we're asking them to go all electric. And then the other thing, and I know this will be controversial, but we're paying people to take out their front lawns. And I wonder if we should be allowing people to put in front lawns. It's a legitimate question to say as people are beginning new construction projects. You know, what are the things we should be thinking about with respect to water? I haven't seen anything in the 4 years I've been on council in terms of making people, you know, really make changes that will improve conservation. So those are the things that I'm thinking about in this area. I'm sure, I don't know that it's, you know, we have enough time between now and when we'll be making these decisions, but I think that's an area where collectively we have yet to make, you know, the decisions that I think are going to be required. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to follow up on the city's green building ordinance applying to new construction projects. So I understand that's anticipated to provide an additional 1 to 1.5% of the remaining emission reductions needed to achieve our 80 by 30 goal. But does that anticipated reduction take into account the additional emissions that are going to be caused by likely demolition and new construction impacts?
I don't know that we've taken a close look at that, honestly. Yeah, I don't know that we've taken a close look at that.
Okay, so I mean, okay. I feel like that's an area that really needs to be considered because I'm concerned about the impacts demolition is going to have on the climate. And I think I probably ask this question every single time we have a proposed project in front of council and the existing building is being demolished and replaced with a green building. And that question's always been, you know, how many years is it going to take for that green building to be able to offset the impacts from demolition and the construction itself? I think it was Councilmember Filseth last time who answered by essentially saying it never will. And so I do think staff really needs to analyze those impacts because I don't know how we're really making this prediction of a 1 to 1.5% of the remaining emission reductions if we're not taking that into account. Seems like wanted to add.
Yeah, Councilmember Stone, I did just want to add, I don't believe those numbers, the 1.5%, include what you're referencing, which is really consumption-based greenhouse gas emissions. So it's a little interesting. Most of what we're proposing in these code updates have to do with reducing ongoing emissions, which is kind of what we're talking about when we talk about the 80 by 30 and those sorts of reductions. I think this carbon limit issue is maybe our first foray into looking at where there's an opportunity to actually do consumption-based reductions.
Yeah, I think that's going to be
but the 1.5% would not include those.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I think it's kind of a critical next step because I think we're going to be seeing substantial demolition and construction over the next several years, and I'm concerned we're going to be kind of constantly doing this 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and that's of course not going to be sustainable, not going to be able to help us reach those goals. Another question. So the report mentions in several areas that the projected GHG emission reductions are like X percentage, but higher if we take into account then upstream fuel emissions. So can staff explain kind of upstream fuel emissions and which number are we considering in meeting our 80 by 30 goal? Is it the first number or is it the upstream number?
Fossil fuels from the ground and transporting them to where they're burned. Most greenhouse gas emissions inventory methodologies, including the standard methodologies that we use for our greenhouse gas emission to monitor our greenhouse gas emissions goals, do not include upstream emissions in the sort of primary scope that we're focused on for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That said, there's been some discussion at the Utilities Advisory Commission and at the Council of tracking and acknowledging these upstream emissions. And so we try to present both numbers wherever we can.
Okay, thank you. That, yeah, I think helpful anytime we're analyzing these numbers to be able to see both of those and have a more, I think, holistic view and understanding of what we're really achieving. Because I don't think any of us are interested in just achieving a target just for the sake of meeting that target, as long as it's meaningful. Not to say that what we're doing is not, but be helpful to have that context. So with the advanced heat pump water heater pilot and the code amendments, we're going to achieve a 1.3 to 1.8% emission reduction. But so if that pilot is successful, and all individual gas water heaters are converted in Palo Alto, then that percentage increases to 4 to 5%. How likely does staff think that all households will convert, and how long will, in your estimate, how long is that going to take?
I think that depends on a lot of factors, including how effective we are with our program designs and especially our engagement and marketing efforts. And then there will be, once that awareness is built, there will also be the question of, every homeowner and individual in the community, choosing to follow through on participating in the program. There are also a lot of things that will change, I think, between now and 2030. Certainly, as the Air Resources Board rule that was referenced by one of the public commenters earlier becomes, filters into public awareness, people will start to, this will start to accelerate. I can't predict when that tipping point might happen, but I think there's a lot that we can do to influence and control the pace of adoption.
And then the pilot will last until we've reached the 1,000 units?
That's right. And the goal is to achieve that by the end of 2023.
By the end of 2023. Okay. Yeah, and I guess my concern, and we heard it as well from the public. I mean, we've had our 80 by 30 goal, since 2016? That was 6 years ago. We're a little over 7 years now from 2030. There's so much that needs to be done in such a short amount of time. So understand the limitations that we have placed on us. And I think we're doing a good job finally trying to catch up, but time really is of the essence here, and anything we can do to be able to expedite that. So thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, I just was curious about this slide too. So can you expand a little bit on what embedded carbon limits, performance compliance, what does that mean?
I'd like to call on my colleague Christine Tam with Utilities to speak in regards to that.
Good evening. My name is Christine Tam, Senior Resource Planner. So for the embodied carbon limits, there are two ways to meet that low carbon concrete requirement. One is by limiting the amount of cement per pound of concrete. So there's a table that we will be including in the Green Building Ordinance that lays out the pound of cement per pound based on the strength of the concrete that's required, because different buildings required to have different strength requirements. The other pathway is is to limit the amount of carbon per pound of concrete. So either the compliance can meet either the cement, the amount of cement per pound of concrete, or the amount of carbon per pound of concrete. And all the concrete suppliers are very well aware of these requirements. There are some similar legislations also being proposed currently in California.
So you would measure the amount of, you would measure the amount of carbon per pound of concrete. So you essentially be telling people you need to use low carbon concrete for this project. Correct. But you wouldn't actually be measuring or estimating the amount of carbon in the new building.
No.
No. Why not?
I think it comes back to that scope 3 definition, depending on where the materials are coming from.
Right.
Concrete is one of the most carbon intensive building materials. So starting with concrete is.
Of course, but if you measured the amount of emissions of the building, then you'd incentivize people to use, more wood frame construction, for example, than concrete and steel construction.
I think there's a lot of different types of building materials, including the glass, the glazing, and it's difficult, I think, to be able to specify the carbon intensity for a new construction project for the whole building.
Okay, well, at some point, would you also be measuring if you're going to measure the amount of carbon per pound of concrete, are you also going to estimate or ask people to estimate the amount of concrete in the whole building too? That is, you know,
Can I jump
10
in?
tons of
maybe?
concrete would would produce less emissions than 20 tons of concrete, for example.
I think this question really gets to the consumption-based greenhouse gas inventory question.
Yeah.
And so, you know, here we are trying to reach our 80 by 30 goal, and we've got a long ways to go,
Right.
even to meet that in the next 7 years. I guess
understand. We don't count embedded
We've got
emission
11,
materials
and
emissions
that's
as
not
part of
that.
Yeah, I know.
So these direct emissions that are part of our 80 by 30 goal
Right.
are the ongoing emissions that we have equipment and other things out in the community that are creating those. So they're our focus right now.
Right.
Part of what we've been talking about with SCAP is that we're going to need to probably down the road start looking, as we get closer to that goal, start looking more at scope 3 emissions that would include things like embedded carbon in projects.
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
we're talking about reach codes here, not strictly 80-30 and the path to 80-30, right?
Right.
But I think, you know, so if we're going to talk about reach codes that involve embedded emissions in construction, yeah, I'd love to see us. So, I mean, we report all kinds of things when we approve a construction project, and we ask for all kinds of information. Would love to see, you know, a number that says, you know, report how much carbon it's going to release in the atmosphere through embedded emissions as well.
Well, I'll just follow on and first concur with Director Eggleston that this is really a first step, or one of the first steps in looking at what are called scope 3 emissions and the embedded carbon in consumption. I'm really pleased that we're taking a first step, because it then begins that process in subsequent years to pursue exactly what you're talking about. And we're not alone in that. This is kind of one of the next phases of the entire climate movement. Concrete is estimated to produce 7% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Steel is behind there, but is a very major portion. The technologies, the new emerging technologies to reduce the carbon content in concrete are ahead of those in steel, but there are movements in a number of technologies to drive down the carbon content in steel. So I expect in the coming years, we're going to see that those movements and those technologies accelerate. As Brad said, just this last week, we had the California Air Resources Board come out and say that in 2030, they're going to ban sale of new methane-based appliances. And that's a huge step, and frankly, more than most of us were expecting. And it really moves that whole aggression forward on these programs and makes what we're doing less of an outlier than it was a week ago. So that our costs being reduced simultaneously in almost every one of these areas. So we're not going to be able to do all this at once. I'm very pleased that we're taking first steps at looking at embedded carbon and consumption in things like materials. It's a real good step, and we're going to have, one of the things that we need to look at is, historically, we've had REACH code updates every 3 years. With the acceleration that's happening in requirements and technologies, my suspicion is that interval will no longer be applicable. We're going to have to, the state will need to revisit them more quickly. We'll want to update ours even more quickly because these things are changing rapidly. Okay, so I think the the REACH code has been really great. We've been leaders in REACH codes in the past. This is the next REACH code. It has a whole set of programs, not only in our energy, but in water. I think that Councilmember Cormack's question on, we're looking at new construction on electrification, elimination of natural gas on commercial and residential new construction, but we haven't moved forward on a comparable level in what we think are appropriate and kind of antiquated landscaping of lawns and turf for purely decorative purposes in fronts or other, excessive water consuming landscaping. So I think that that's something that we'll want to look at in the future, and I concur with that. One thing once we have approved this REACH code, I think there'll be a real value in us figuring out how to organize both what has been our code to date and the new code items, and put them together in different packages of, what's residential and what's commercial on electrification and water, and put them in ways that people are going to be able to understand that whole set of ambitious code requirements. I will say that we've had REACH codes on efficiency for decades in our water, electricity, gas, and we have driven down our consumption of those materials very significantly. Our water consumption is 40% in a non-drought year, 40% below what it was 20, 25 years ago. Electricity and gas have had very strong reductions as well. And that has shown that doing those things actually save people money because they use those resources less and more efficiently. So I think that all those things are on the horizon for us, and I want to thank staff for the update on the REACH code. Which does that bring us now to the heat pump water heater program, or?
That does take us to the heat pump water heater program. So,
all right.
Utilities Assistant Director Jonathan Abenshine, take it away.
Thank you, Brad. Good evening, council members. And so we just talked to you a little bit about REACH codes, which are obviously critically important. New equipment that goes into new homes or major overhauls of homes needs to be all electric as much as possible. But we also do need to really help people to retrofit their homes if we're going to achieve the 80 by 30 goals. Retrofit programs can reach huge numbers of homes in Palo Alto. And so with that in mind, that's why staff and the SCAP committee are proposing an ambitious advanced heat pump water heater pilot program tonight. So I'm going to talk about that in a moment, but I do want to thank all the people who contributed to designing this program, including the community members on the working group and the working group teams who brought so many creative ideas to this process, and also a lot of thoughtful feedback throughout the design process. Next slide, please. So if council gives us the necessary authority, staff will start a program that'll have the goal of replacing 1,000 gas water heaters with heat pump water heaters by the end of 2023. We set the goal this way because it roughly corresponds to the number of water heaters that are replaced each year in Palo Alto, the number of gas water heaters replaced each year in Palo Alto. We need to make sure that as many as possible of those annual gas water heater replacements are replaced with heat pump water heaters. With the goal of eventually electrifying all individual water heaters in Palo Alto. And if we can do that, it'll be about 4% to 5% of the remaining emissions reductions needed to reach 80 by 30. So to achieve our goal, we want to make switching to a heat pump water heater as easy as possible. The program would offer turnkey installation. So you call the city, and the city's third-party program operator would send a crew out to install a heat pump water heater. We'd offer simple pricing with on-bill financing available to those who want it. Those who manage their own installation could get a rebate and technical assistance from our Home Efficiency Genie program. And to provide some level of security, there are manufacturer's warranties for this equipment that lasts as long as 12 years. The turnkey program would offer a 1-year labor warranty, but we're also looking at providing an optional, for an additional cost, an optional 5-year labor warranty as well. Next slide, please. So this slide shows you the pricing for the program. So if you want the city's operator to do the install, you can pay $1,500 upfront and then have a $20 a month utility bill charge on your bill for 5 years. If you want to participate in the on-bill financing program. For those who don't, the price is $2,700 upfront. Now, this pricing is competitive with a like-for-like gas water heater replacement. So hiring a plumber to replace a gas water heater can cost anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 upfront. We've actually heard some quotes above $2,000 with the inflation that's happened in the last year. Most households will save between $5 and $20 a month on their utility bills by heating their water with a heat pump and Palo Alto's low-cost electricity instead of heating it with gas. This savings partially or fully for some households offsets the $20 a month on bill financing payment. So you have a program that is competitive with using with installing a new gas water heater. Obviously, homeowners who want to manage their own installation can get a rebate. We're looking at $2,300, an increase from our current rebate of, I believe, $1,500. And of course, they can get those advisory services I mentioned. And staff is also exploring bringing a future proposal to council to join the state's Go Green financing program, which offers loans at below market rates for a variety of electrification, water efficiency, and energy efficiency projects. And they can also finance the building modifications that people sometimes need to do to actually put these projects in place. So if you need to have an electric panel upgrade, you can get that financed. Up to $50,000 can be financed per project, and the whole project can be financed, so no down payment required. If we were to join this in the future, it would allow flexibility for people who want to do more than just replace their water heater, who are looking at a bigger project. And for people who have to make additional building modifications to do their projects. Next slide, please. So we're currently developing a program marketing plan, which is intended to dovetail with the broader sustainability and SCAP engagement, the SCAP engagement effort that's currently being kicked off. We don't have all the messaging worked out to share with you tonight, but we know there are a lot of benefits to heat pump water heaters that we can highlight when we start getting messaging out. We've talked about the cost savings in using Palo Alto's cheap electricity to heat water, and obviously water heaters lower greenhouse gas emissions. They're responsible, in most households, they're responsible for 25 to 40% of building emissions, second only to furnaces, space heating. And the thing about heat pump water heaters is that they spread out their energy use. First off, they can be flexible within the day. And the amount of energy that they use doesn't vary an enormous amount over the course of the year. And that steady electric load is a lot friendlier to the grid than converting to a heat pump space heater, which is also a really important source of emissions reductions. But the electric load for those space heaters often comes in those cold winter nights. And because of that, they can create daily or seasonal peaks that require some extra transformer capacity to accommodate, and that's what we're working on our grid modernization effort to accommodate. But that's why we're starting with that focus on water heaters. A last and really important quality is that they reduce combustion in the home, and combustion indoor air quality contributes. Combustion in the home contributes to poor indoor air quality, and there are a lot of studies out there right now that are exploring the links between indoor air quality issues and the health effects associated with that. And of course, less gas infrastructure in a home reduces the likelihood of gas leaks as well. This program is different from anything else that we've seen out there. So it's worth acknowledging, though, that we're drawing on a range of innovations and features that have been tested in other agencies. We've seen agencies, for example, do installation programs where they'll send a contractor out to install equipment in someone's home. But in California, all the programs we're aware of are typically done for income qualified households, low and medium income. This would be the first one that we're aware of available to everybody. We've also seen on-bill financing programs. In those other programs we've seen, homeowners typically have to find their own contractors, manage their own installations, and unlike in our program. And we haven't seen anyone providing simple pricing as simple as what we're planning to offer. So we're really optimistic that the combination of program features that we're offering here will spur participation in this program to levels that we haven't seen before in prior programs. And we're hoping to see it jumpstart electrification in Palo Alto. Next slide, please. Let's see. I'd hoped to have an animation in here to, this is a complicated slide that I was hoping to reveal piece by piece. It looks like it's all coming out at the same time, but that's okay. We're estimating that it'll cost about $7.4 million to get 1,000 heat pump water heaters installed in Palo Alto. And I'm going to talk about 3 funding sources for that upfront funding. About $1.7 million, that's the red pie slice in the upper right, would come from upfront payments from program participants. When a homeowner makes that $1,500 or $2,700 upfront payment, that contributes to this funding source. Another $1.2 million, that's the yellow pie slice, will come from gas cap and trade reserves. This money comes from the city's state mandated participation in the state's cap and trade program. And the money has to be used for greenhouse gas emissions reduction or climate rebates. The 1.2 million would come from about 7.4 million in gas cap and trade funds that we have in reserve right now. And then there's another 4.5 million, that's the green slice, that will come from a new electrification reserve. The reserve will be created using some money from what's called our Electric Special Projects Reserve. This is a reserve from the electric utility that was accumulated in the early 2000s in the early 1990s when we were preparing for electric market competition. When we found we didn't need that reserve anymore, or all of that reserve in the late 2000s, the council voted to convert that to a special projects reserve for electric utility projects. Now we do plan to repay this reserve over time. Next slide, please. So the 4.5 million in the electrification reserve is projected to be repaid with interest over 30 years from 3 funding sources. Repayment will happen at the city's investment portfolio rate of return, which is about a 1.9% interest rate right now. With interest, the total repayment is projected to be about 5.8 million. Now those 3 funding sources, 0.7 million is $700,000 is projected to come from participant monthly payments. So when someone opts to participate in on-bill financing and they pay that $20 a month utility bill charge over 5 years, that $20 a month goes towards repaying the electrification reserve. It's projected to go towards repaying the electrification reserve. The second funding source, which is about 3.5 million, is projected to come from new electric sales net income. That's the new sales revenue from the heat pump water heater electricity use from all these new water heaters, less the actual cost of supplying that electricity. And then lastly, the third funding source, it's cheaper to the community, like I've said a couple of times before, to heat water using a heat pump and Palo Alto's low-cost electricity than to use gas. And those energy supply cost savings enable us to use a funding source called our Public Benefits Energy Efficiency funds. So this is a revenue stream that the city's electric utility collects. It's a state mandated collection, and we use it to fund energy efficiency projects like the one we're talking about tonight with the water heaters. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's a summary of the pilot program, but I do want to talk briefly about how we envision this program scaling once we reach that 1,000 water heaters in the pilot program. For a scalable program, we'll need three things. First, we need scalable funding sources. And all of the funding sources that I've talked about so far, except for the gas cap and trade reserve funding, is scalable. So we would need to either decrease our program costs or increase the cost to participants to eliminate that $1.2 million source of funding if we want to scale up the program. We also need to attract outside capital, which means paying market interest rates. They're significantly higher than the 1.9% that we're charging ourselves for the pilot program. If we were to use market interest rates in the pilot program, we would need an additional $1.9 million. So it's another gap that we would need to close as we scale the program. We would need to either decrease our program costs or increase the charges to participants to be able to pay those market interest rates. And the reason that we need to do that is that we don't have enough capital within the utilities or within the city to fund all of the electrification that needs to be done in Palo Alto, not even all the water heaters that need to be electrified in Palo Alto. But of course, most importantly, we need to make sure that the program continues to be attractive to residents and participants. And that means we can't just keep increasing the cost of participants. It still needs to be something that we can sell. So there's a needle to thread there, and it's challenging, but there's some back of the envelope analyses that we've done so far that suggest it can be done. And I will say that the rebates and tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act help a lot. So we don't know exactly how we'll achieve scalability yet, but we do expect a lot of lessons from the pilot program that are summarized on this slide. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but as we start learning the answers to some of these questions, as we get into the pilot program, it'll help us design the next stage. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've covered a really wide range of electrification programs and mandates in the presentation, and I just want to take a moment to just step back and summarize them all in just a couple sentences. If all the proposals we just talked about were approved tonight, Palo Altans would be required to electrify their homes when they do new construction or a nearly complete renovation. They would need to put in a heat pump water heater if they add or replace a water heater as part of a smaller renovation. And for those who replace their existing water heater at end of life, this advanced water heater pilot program is aimed to make it as easy as possible for them to electrify. Now, all these proposals we're talking about might feel like a lot if you're in the community and you're not as familiar with building electrification or why it's so important for fighting climate change. But it's worth emphasizing that these requirements are only the beginning. Electric homes are the future, and they're the direction that we're headed as a state and as a community. Just last Thursday, as has been referenced a few times already tonight, the California Air Resources Board voted on a work plan that would have them likely prohibiting any new gas-fueled water or space heating after 2030. They still have to develop that rule. They're going to try and vote on it before 2025, but it's coming. It seems to be coming. And Palo Alto and other cities in the region are going to, as they have in the past, likely try to move faster than the state. So even though the proposals that are summarized on this slide still allow people to install some types of gas-fired equipment, we should all be letting community members know that they should be looking ahead and considering electrification in their remodeling plans, and that they don't have to figure it out alone. The city does have programs to help them. So that's what I have on the water heater pilot program, and I've finished. That ends my staff presentation.
And if it's okay, I'd like to take just a couple minutes just to walk through the recommendations themselves and next steps, and then that'll finally conclude the staff presentation. So next slide, please. And still next. So looking at the council authorization and direction that we're looking for, it's these first three items. We've got three slides of this. So an attachment that we're asking for acceptance of the SCAP goals and key actions. We've got a resolution with the design guidelines for the heat pump water heater program, a resolution around establishing the electrification reserve that Jonathan talked about. Next slide. Yet another resolution that has to deal with authorized uses of the cap and trade funds that Jonathan referenced. a number of budget actions that become part of this. Most of these actions we're walking through are directly related to the heat pump water heater program. And then next slide. Two more things that are described quite in the staff report, but we haven't touched on as much tonight. So these are not part of accepting the goals and key actions or the REACH code or the heat pump water heater program, but staff and the ad hoc committee in the work we've done have agreed that that a next step really ought to be setting a carbon neutrality goal. We're doing good work on reaching that 80 by 30 goal, but along the way, as we start to get closer to that, we agree we should have a future carbon neutrality goal and start also planning for how we would meet that beyond the 80 by 30. So that's the attachment, that's a resolution to establish that goal. And then also along the lines of grid modernization and the issues we've identified with having workforce available to do that kind of work. There was discussion of adding this new priority to the city's legislative guidelines that would help support expanding the workforce statewide in that area. So next slide. I won't go through this, but this would really be when the council's ready to make a motion, the staff recommended motion that includes all of these components. And finally, on to the next slide on next steps. So I think some of this we've already touched on throughout the discussion tonight, but in terms of next steps, we've had tonight's council discussion and then expected actions either tonight or next Monday, as has been discussed on these. We've touched on this October 15th, Making Better Choices in Your Home workshop at Mitchell Park Community Center. There's a lot of work gone into that, and we hope that that'll be a very useful event. Council is scheduled to consider the green building and REACH code updates that we discussed tonight officially for approval on October 17th. And then with council approval of the recommendations that we've been talking about on the advanced heat pump water heater program, that would launch either late this year or early 2023, but that would set in motion the steps for staff to get that in place. And I think I've touched on a couple of times, an important next step is that following council's acceptance of the goals and key actions, we'll be updating that SCAP 3-year work plan and aiming to bring it back to council in December before the holiday break. And then along with that, kind of finally, by next spring, we expect to be ready to bring back to council the full SCAP with the CEQA for approval and certification. And final slide here, please. Next slide. Really just one additional kind of full page plug for the Making the Better Choices in Your Home workshop on October 15th. And as it says, this will be a great opportunity for anyone interested in city's climate protection efforts and benefits to residents of switching from gas to electric. And we are looking forward to seeing many engaged community members there. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I see that we already have some questions from council members, but given the hour, I just wanted to give the public an opportunity, if there are any members of the public who didn't speak earlier or wanted to focus specifically on the heat pump water heater program or the REACH code items that we hadn't covered before the last go round of public speakers.
Mayor,
want to give them this opportunity to speak.
Yeah, and just to clarify, people speak once, right?
We are encouraging people to speak only once. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Our first speaker is Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Thank you for presenting the heat pump water heater program. When I installed the heat pump water heater earlier in the year, I applied for a rebate check and I got that, and it was number 99, I believe. So the program had been in place for a number of years, and I don't know how many people had actually received a rebate check, but mine was 99. And I'm thinking that we need to be doing 20 heat pump water heaters a week to meet our 1,000 goal. So community outreach is going to be really critical component to making this happen. I really didn't see much discussion tonight on how we're going to get the word out to the community to make sure that they know this is available and encourage participation. So I hope we do put some effort into that. And another thing that I've tried to do this year is an electrical panel upgrade in another family member's home. And I think I started that process back in July, and it's still, I still don't have approval for the electrical panel upgrade. And so I hope that since, you know, some of the residents are going to need electrical panel upgrades to put in a heat pump water heater, that process is also streamlined as a part of this program so that we can make sure that they go smoothly. But thank you everybody for working on this very important issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Cole, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Hi, Council and Ad hoc Committee. I want to thank you very much for all your great work on this, and staff too. I fully support the staff's recommendation for the SCAP and the advanced heat pump water heater proposal. I also support the REACH code for replacement of water heaters with heat pump water heaters as stated. This should be expanded to home space heating as originally proposed in the REACH code. Since this will only affect about 100 homes as stated in the staff report, this will not be a big impact on the grid as staff has stated. We should not wait until the next code cycle to implement this. As the mayor said, things will be changing quickly. Replacement of gas packs, HVAC heat pumps with HVAC heat pumps for commercial buildings should also be in the REACH code. The update of the bike and pedestrian plan is a must. This has been put off for far too long and is critical to improving our GHG emissions and quality of life in Palo Alto. Currently, alternate transportation makes up about 60% of the mode share for our schools. This needs to be expanded to all Palo Altans, and this requires an updated and robust bike ped plan. I was glad to see the funding of our development center in the SCAP. While there have been many improvements recently in this area, we need more. Pat Martin from the Peninsula Conservation Center has run into a lot of problems trying to upgrade to heat pump HVAC units in their buildings. This needs to change if we are really to move forward with electrification programs. So thank you very much for your work on the SCAP, and let's move forward as quickly as possible. Thanks.
And it looks like our final speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
So, I usually don't discuss stuff that Allison Cormack raises because I don't find them points compelling. But on the water issue, I think she's correct. We need to be thinking about water conservation. I don't see my clock time moving, so that's troubling. Okay, thank you very much. And I wanted to draw your attention to Dave Price's op-ed from Monday. City of 29,000 has terrible tap water. East Palo Alto, comparing it to Flint, Michigan and Jackson, Mississippi that have been in the news. There's millions of dollars that needs to be put into East Palo Alto. I think Palo Alto should put the money into East Palo Alto to our neighbors as part of the reparations issue I've been talking about, but also they're having to buy bottled water, the plastics there. And that's not good at all for the environment. So we gotta reach out to them, replace the piping over there, do what we can to decrease lead poisoning for the kids and do something really big for our environment. I also sent you the case that I tried and then handled for 5 years on appeal, the nuclear weapons trespass case, to try to close down Lockheed Missile and Space back in 1979 through 85 when I handled the appeals on the defense of necessity, but also Nuremberg principles were raised. We gotta still, look, climate change, we're not gonna have to deal with that if we have a nuclear war. So we've gotta stay on closing down Lockheed Missile and Space. We also have a huge environmental impact. We're thinking too small. We've got somewhere near 200 military bases in 120 or more countries in the world. Imagine the environmental impact there. We don't discuss that. We teach the kids about the 50 states on the map, but let's teach them about all the countries that we have military bases in and the resources that we rip off out of other countries. So I think those are big priorities. We've got to think bigger. On a local level, though, and personally, I want to figure out this new water heat pump thing and convert it at my house. So I'm not listening to the nuanced stuff that you're talking about, and I appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now come back to the council for questions, and I should note that we hope to get to one other aspect of this tonight, which is an update from the ad hoc committee on some of their lessons learned and recommendations that complement what the staff has already presented tonight. So Council Member Phil Seth.
Yeah, so on the heat pump, advanced heat pump water pilot, do you need a 220 volt hookup?
Right now, the water heaters that are out there and available are 240 volt. There's a new generation of water heaters that are 120 volt that are coming out, and those have been they haven't been very available to date. They were just announced, their release was just announced in July, but as those become more available and as we get a better idea of where they best fit, because there are differences in recovery time and things like that, we'll be looking at those as well.
Okay. And then other than the 220 issue, what are the circumstances that you would need a panel upgrade in order to do one of these things? Is it just the 220 thing, or are there other?
Well, so most new water heaters, especially those that run at 240 volt, need a new electric circuit, and that can trigger a panel upgrade sometimes. The operator that we've been talking to has been running programs like this for income qualified customers in several other agencies in California, and they've said they encounter the need for panel upgrades or other types of building modifications. So it might not be all panel upgrades, but in about 20 to 25% of cases.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think this is a great idea. I think you guys are, this is a good thing to do, right? It does two things. One, it's going to pipe clean the process, which I think is really important here. And second, the turnkey solution here it's how you get across the chasm from the early adopters to the mainstream. So I think it's an appropriate use of the special projects reserve and the cap and trade fund. So yeah, I think this is a good idea.
Council Member Phil Seth. Oh, I'm sorry, Du Bois.
Eric can go again if he wants. So first of all, I want to thank staff and the ad hoc. It's really been a lot of hard work over a long period of time, and also a lot of community volunteers. And I personally want to thank the finance working group team that worked with me. So Bruce Hodge and Matt Pissell, they were there every single week and very dedicated. Greg Scharf and Bob Winslow made significant contributions. And John, who did a lot of work working with us, working with staff, coordinating and going back and forth between the two groups. So thank you for that. Just one question. So, and if someone goes the turnkey route and just pays it all up front, do we know yet if they'll be eligible for federal rebate or?
So my expectation would be yes. I'm not a tax advisor. Really, some people need to consult with their own tax professionals to determine whether they'd be eligible. That said, what we're expecting would be the case is that if the install is done after January 1st, so we're expecting most of our installs will probably be done after January 1st, that the person would be eligible for 30% of the cost of the $2,700 that they paid, which is a very significant benefit. Obviously, it all depends on income levels and tax liability and any other requirements that are in the IRA.
Yeah, and that really, it's another example is, we looked at kind of the individual ROI for this program, and it really varies for people's individual situation. But this pilot helps us get going, and we think we're going to learn quite a lot, and that by doing this pilot, we'll find efficiencies, ways to make it even more cost effective, so that it will really scale citywide. And, we started off with that goal of having a scalable program. We didn't want to go in and just subsidize 1,000 homes and, basically be paying people to switch. And so I'm really excited about where we ended up. The Inflation Recovery Act helped quite a bit there at the end. And so hopefully people will just sign up and do this because it's the right thing for the environment. But I think by managing this program, people can do the right thing for the environment and do what's in their own financial self-interest, which is really exciting. So there's an awful lot here tonight, but I suspect there really isn't a lot of disagreement among the council. So again, I hope we make sure that we can pass this and that staff can really get moving on the heat pump program. I think we want to try to hit the ground running in January, getting the message out even before that. On the climate plan update, staff needs to begin the CEQA process. And I think carbon neutrality, yes, we need to do that. And then we'll have those green code updates come to us in October. So I think in sum, all of this really gets us moving in a very positive direction. On the heat pump program, we really need to focus enough people power on that program that we can be successful. On the finance team, for example, we wanted to do a lot of different things. We really focused on that ROI and that financing model until we had a scalable model. And then once we did start to look at the ROI and financing for HVAC on commercial buildings. And that was kind of really, we started to do that at the end. And, we're going to get to the ad hoc supplemental report here, and there's a bunch of additional projects. And I think it's important that we lay out a project plan with how and when we're going to get to these things over time, because we just can't do everything simultaneously. And I really want to see us be successful with this heat pump program. And so when we get to it, I think we should refer a lot of these projects to staff to get them incorporated onto a work plan and have them come back to us. But again, I think somebody said it earlier. It's really, I think Peter said it. It's a lot to celebrate here tonight, and I'm very positive and very good work. So thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One more question on the REACH code regarding, say, EV parking spaces for non-residential new buildings. I'm just wondering if we should be even more kind of forward thinking on that. So the state's requiring that all new cars being sold by 2025 be electric, but we're only requiring 30 to 35% of new parking spaces in non-residential buildings to be EV capable, which means, and then correct me if I'm wrong, that they have to have the capacity to support future charging, but not be currently set up for it. So I'm curious why we're not being more aggressive in our language here to require a higher percentage, especially as we get closer to 2035 for it to be EV capable or EV ready.
I will say yes. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Stone. It is the goal that the service equipment would be sized appropriately for for the EV ready equipment. I believe we settled on these numbers as a fair increase of where we are currently, and to properly allow the proper sizing of transformers and the demand on the service grid as these new buildings are built, and not oversizing the switchgear equipment and adding additional costs to the home or the building owners at this point in time. Do you have something to add to that, Jonathan?
I think just the other thing I'll add is that there's a lot of uncertainty in how we're going to provide electricity to all these different types of vehicles in the future. And there's a lot of discussion about how do we get more charging into the middle of the day? How do we get more workplace charging? How do we get more publicly located charging? So I don't think we want to prefigure or assume right now that the right answer 10, 15 years from now is going to be 100% of people have a charger in their location. Certainly, if a building owner wants or a developer wants to construct with 100% EV charging, then we'll figure that out. We'll make it work. But I think when it comes to the requirement, we wanted to provide room for some uncertainty there.
Okay, I mean, makes sense. Just seemed a little inconsistent, especially I think it was in the SCAP memo, and you addressed as well, talking about the importance of trying to encourage EV drivers to charge during the day, presumably more while they're at work, and that number seemed low. But I also think it would be interesting to see what percentage of electric vehicle drivers charge their car at work on a given day, and I would imagine that likely goes into that calculation as well. But I'd be interested in seeing that a little, maybe fleshed out a little more when it comes back. And then on to the heat pump water heater. The program would be eligible for free direct installation for income qualified customers. So would that mean qualified customers would receive both free installation and a free heat pump water heater?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Happy about that. One thing I definitely noticed, and one of the public speakers mentioned this as well, as far as outreach here is going to be absolutely critical for the pilot program and subsequent programs to be a success, but seemed a bit light on the strategies within the report. So I'd like to see that maybe fleshed out a little more as well. I mean, just some ideas that kind of came to the top of my head, and I don't know if staff is already doing this or planning, but having consistent booths at the farmers markets in downtown Cal Ave, maybe staff being at some of the larger block parties that we'll see across the city, residents association special events. I mean, just this last weekend, Midtown Residents Association just had their annual ice cream social. It'd be great to have booths at things like that. Of course, Mayfet, Palo Alto Art Festival, and when major art exhibits open up or Palo Alto players have performances, there's a lot of opportunities for staff to be present at those, because I think without being able to have a really robust marketing campaign here that's actually getting out there and talking to people, I think it's good. It's a big lift. So, and then my last thought, I realize the community is, I'm sure many members of the community are going to have a reasonable concern over the impact that increased demand might have on our power grid. We've had multiple power outages over the last month alone, 19 unplanned power outages this calendar year. But I do think this program being what is kind of the perfect starting point. Not only is it going to have a significant impact on our 80 by 30 goal, really being more of that low-lying fruit, but also heat pump water heaters just have some of the lowest electric grid impacts of any building electrification technology, and encourage members of the community who are still concerned about that to definitely not only read the staff report that I think really explains it really well, but also just to reach out to staff and some other experts in the community and learn more about it. So I'm excited. This is where we're starting. It's a good starting point. There's a whole lot left to be done. But again, thanks to the SCAP ad hoc committee, staff, and members of the community for bringing this forward and the work you've done.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I want to align myself with Councilmember Du Bois's comments. I think we could probably finish this tonight. So I think there's an argument for doing that. A fair amount to cover. So one of the things that SCAP did was talk, with staff many times in great detail. And I want to provide an example of something that changed just so people understand as we're all talking about this. And it was using the internal loan rate instead of using a market rate that really made this pump water heater program work better. So I just wanted to give a few example so people understand the level of detail we were all operating at. So let me answer a little bit of Councilmember Stone's question about extensive marketing and engagement effort. There's a budget amendment in here for $150,000. Presumably that's a new person and or a consultant to do this work.
I'm sorry, you're referring to the 150,000 for the marketing and outreach?
Yes.
That's for consulting,
Okay.
internal staff times absorbed within our existing budgets.
Okay, that is the person who's going to put together, or group that's going to put together this plan. And utilities was actually at the Midtown Residents Association Ice Cream Social, and they had flyers for the workshop on October 15th, which brings me to the communications team. One of the things we really learned from the people on our team, and almost everyone's name started with J. We had Justine, Julia, and John. We also had Debbie. All equally important was that people need to have conversations to make these changes. Education cannot just be providing data and numbers. And in order to have these conversations, that's why we're having this workshop on October 15th. So people can have the chance to sit down with members of our staff, people who have already made the changes in their home, students from the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, look at a few examples of these heat pump water heaters, et cetera. So I want to connect the dots between the work that our group did and the work that needs to happen next in the community. In terms of the carbon neutral goal, which we haven't talked a lot about, am I right that that's achievable given the plan that we have? And I see Christine Luong nodding, so we'll take that as a assent. I appreciate the staff report recognizing that 20% of homes are rented, and many of those landlords don't receive our utilities information. So we're going to need to figure out a plan for that. So thanks for being on top of that. And we already talked about funding resources. This is another plea. I see we have 11 vacant positions in utilities engineering. All those people out there who want to go into engineering, we would love to hire you to get this work done faster. So thinking about how to call it something besides advanced heat pump water heater pilot program, just 7 words. We could just say, let us help you do the right thing. It's 8 words, but it's a little bit easier to understand. I do want to talk a little bit about, the process that we've used to get to this point, because personally, it's been pretty frustrating for me that it's taken 18 months to get to this point. And I know it's been really frustrating for the community as well. And so when we get to the ad hoc portion of this, we'll be talking about how council is going to do this work going forward. And I loved the suggestion earlier tonight that maybe a student member could participate. I think that's a real opportunity. Finally, what I wanted to say is that we hear a lot about protecting quality of life in Palo Alto. We probably hear it every week, potentially every day, depending on who you're speaking with and which emails you're reading. And as far as I'm concerned, implementing the SCAP is required to protect the quality of life in Palo Alto. So I think that's one way we can all be thinking about it. I agree with Councilmember Stone. This is the most important work we're doing, and it's taking longer than most of us wanted. It's also more complex than many people realize, and that's the balance we're trying to strike here. I think the pilot is appropriately ambitious. It does help, as Councilmember Phil Seth said, cross the chasm, which I remember we talked about, starting last year. Really, what is it going to take to get people from the early adopters to the early majority? So I think we're getting there. And even though it's been a long and frustrating process, I think doing it all together has meant that we've gotten to a better outcome.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, in general, I really like the work that you guys, everyone's been doing on this. Clearly, I think climate change is one of the biggest existential threats to humanity. So it's important that we do this. I have a few questions about the heat pump water heater program. So first one is, why not also consider solar water heating? Because when I look at the return on investment, it has one of the quickest ones. And so why not consider that versus just heat pump?
We had a solar water heater program, solar water heating program for a very long time. And the return on investment that we found with the installations we were looking at, I'd be interested to if you could share some of the numbers that you've been seeing, because we struggled to have as strong a return on investment as we needed to get people to participate in the program. We retired that program a couple of years ago. We still are supportive of solar water heating, but we just haven't found a way to make those programs work. So any information you're able to share, we're certainly not opposed to solar water heating. It's a good complement to any other form of water heating. That said, if it's combined with a gas water heater, it's still there's still emissions associated with it, and ultimately we're going to need to transition away. But as a complement to a heat pump water heater, it could be something we look at.
I see. Because the nice thing about solar water heating is that a lot of the heating like my parents had one. A lot of the heating can actually be done by solar, and that's no energy usage, right? And I realize we get a lot of our energy renewable, but like you said, at night, some of that is not renewable, right? It's actually natural gas being burned. So. And then what about, and I brought this up a few years ago, but what about, there's some systems that can actually use the air conditioning condenser to heat the water. Why not something like that?
So there are some innovative water heating strategies coming out. The condenser you're talking about is one of those. And there are also other engineered systems that combine water and space heating as well. We're trying to keep, for this program, this pilot, we're trying to keep the program as simple as possible. And to do that, we've had to focus on one technology. That said, there's no reason that we can't, accept and expand to other sorts of technologies as we get more familiar with this one technology. I mentioned the state's Go Green program, Go Green financing program, to the extent that program, for example, could accommodate these sorts of systems. That's one avenue that we could go down. And we'll also, as we expand into whole home electrification pilots, we'll have to look at a whole variety of systems like the one you're talking about.
Because I think the other thing I've been thinking about, so I realized that is more cutting edge, but one that's not very cutting edge, because I did it myself, is I looked at trying to get a heat pump water heater for my house, right? It took me 2 months. I had to upgrade my panels, like a whole bunch of rigmarole. And I decided I couldn't wait any longer because I had no hot water. But I got a condensing water heater, and a condensing water heater is like 90% more efficient. That means it uses only about 10% of the gas versus a regular water heater, right? A regular high efficiency water heater. And in fact, it blows out cold air, right? It extracts almost all the heat out of it. And so, I wonder, and also there's other issues because my thing's in kind of like a cabinet and stuff. So it's like, there wasn't enough airflow. There's just a whole bunch of issues involved. So, why not something like that as well? Because that could get us very, very far, almost 90% of the way there, at a fraction of the cost. Why not something like that?
So we've looked at systems. We've looked at systems like the one you're describing in the past when we've done our gas efficiency programs. I think what we're looking at right now, so the systems you're talking about don't approach the efficiency of a heat pump water heater when it comes to emissions reductions.
Well, I realize that, but it gets 90% of the way there, and I didn't have to rebuild my house or upgrade my panel. So I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying it's sometimes Because my overall concern about the program is, because I think this takes out 800 megatons of carbon, right? But this represents only about 2% of our actual goal, right? And that's for $7.5 million. And I just wonder if we look at other things that get us closer to it, right? It could be done at a fraction of the cost.
Well, can I just jump in to say that I think part of, one element of the work that's gone on here is the concern that we need to move quickly and get a program in place. So I think the fact that this program focuses on heat pump water heaters is not meant to say that we've necessarily looked at every other possible solution that might be out there and not available as widely. But this is what we looked at that had the most parameters that met what we're trying to achieve and seemed like something that we could quickly scale with the community and actually get a program in place, rather than spending more time trying to look at other solutions. As Jonathan said, that's not to say that in the future we couldn't continue to look at other ideas and find ways to ultimately include them.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, how many water heaters are replaced a year? Do we know in Palo Alto?
We'd estimate between 1,100 and 1,400 per year, just based on the average lifetime and the number of homes in Palo Alto.
Okay. Because like I said earlier, I think that, and I think a few other people mentioned, we do want to make the process easy, because I know that like my condensing water heater was kind of a novel thing in the city, and so it was harder to get approval for it than it probably should have been. And we heard some other people talk about, they're trying to get approval and the panel's taking time. So I think just that alone will help a lot in terms of getting people to convert. But it's got to be easy. But the thing that I've also been thinking about is, like, if we had 7.5 million, because transportation is a bigger chunk of our carbon footprint right now than natural gas. And I just wonder if we use that 7.5 million plus the millions that we were spending yearly on this. If we spent it on, let's say, incentivizing people to e-bike or something like that, where some sort of program, transportation program, would it have a bigger impact, a bigger yield so far, in terms of, rather than 800 megatons, it's maybe, which represents only maybe 2.2% of our overall carbon output. Maybe that would be 5% or 10% or something much larger than what we have here. And I asked, that's why I was asking earlier if there's any calculations comparing this program versus other programs. Because I just wonder, is this really the highest and best use of our scarce resources?
So we do have those calculations. They were, I think, presented in April of last year as part of the impact analysis, and we can forward those to you as well. I appreciate the point that you're making about transportation, because transportation is a huge part, the majority of the remaining emissions reductions that we need to achieve. We do have a similar amount of investment actually already being made in transportation related programs. We just did a presentation to the Utilities Advisory Commission in early September. And I'll share some of there was a lot in that presentation, and I'll share a link to that when I follow up with you as well, detailing the transportation programs we are focusing on. But we're putting about a similar amount of money in there. The landscape's complicated because transportation programs can actually save money. And so in some ways they pay for themselves, and there is a lot of federal and state money in there. And so there are certain things that we can do as a local government, particularly around promoting charging, and we are doing those programs. And so I think that there was a desire from the SCAP committee to get some, because this is an all hands on deck, we really need to be focused on everything to achieve the 80 by 30 goals. And I think there was an interest in jumpstarting building electrification, which as one of the previous speakers had noted, the programs currently in existence hadn't made a lot of progress on yet.
Yeah, I guess my concern is just I feel like there's transportation, we might get more for our buck, right, than with this program. And we approved the scooter share program 3 years ago, and we still haven't seen it in our city yet. What's the holdup right now?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Yeah,
hear
the
the
scooter share-
question.
we had a
What's the
scooter share-
question?
We authorized a scooter share pilot program in our city.
Oh, the scooter share program. What I have heard is that that was staff vacancies in Office of Transport. That program may be getting more attention soon.
Okay, because I mean that, like for instance, that would have taken a bunch of carbon out of the air, right? And so that's why I'm just thinking about this thing. This thing is a little bit of a complex program and kind of expensive versus some other programs which we've been talking about for a while that could have an even bigger impact in terms of carbon output. So that's my major concern here.
Okay.
So if you could send it to me, I really appreciate the comparison.
All right, so thanks for presentation of what's a real comprehensive program. One of the things that staff, I think early on alluded to is that by doing a really successful model and large scale pilot where we figure out any bugs in the program, learn from this rapidly, we not only will be able to then scale the heat pump water heater program, but it will serve as a model for future appliance upgrades like furnaces and other programs that we need to do. And I just, when Councilmember Tanaka's question on the funds used, but the point was made that these funds are predominantly, essentially, a revolving loan. They're not predominantly an expenditure. And so that same pool of funds will be able to be used over and over again as we have residents who take advantage of the program pay that back. And the other thing is just how rapidly this whole field of heat pumps, both water heaters and space heat pumps, and space heat pumps are combination typically of heating and cooling. And as we go in to seeing more and more residents who are looking for air conditioning because of summer smoke that happens in the middle of a heat wave, and they have to now close their windows rather than open them, and the potential for air conditioning through a heat pump that's a dual purpose, highly efficient technology. I think that we're going to see this foundation of this program have a whole bunch of other scaling opportunities in the coming years. And this stuff is changing really rapidly. Not only did we talk about the state mandating now just this last week, no more sales of these types of units after 2030, as well as gas furnaces. You mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act incentives that when we were wrapping up this program a month or so ago, those hadn't even been adopted. And so even from the time we were wrapping this up until now, we have a whole nother set of incentives. And then Councilmember Philseth was asking about whether these are all 240 volt. And John, you mentioned that we have several manufacturers that are just coming out with 120 volt. They're just hitting the market. They're not yet widely available, but it's scaling up. And they're the first studies on essentially use cases are going on right now, so that we really figure out what homes and what circumstances where they'll be most applicable. We're not doing those studies. Other research institutes are, and they expect to have those answers by the end of the year. So this is really evolving quickly. But one of the great advantages of those units is that it is unlikely to trigger the need for a panel upgrade because they're on a 20 amp, 120 volt circuit. They have some versions that are hardwired and others that are simply plug into your wall socket. It's that simple from an electric installation standpoint. And so that's pretty transformative, not only in the simplicity of installing it, you don't need an electrician, but that panel upgrade. And even though these we don't think are going to be significant impacts on needing to have transformer upgrades, they do contribute. So this spreading the load from the peak load period to a longer recovery period has real value. And I did want to just touch on something that Councilmember Stone was asking about, which was on the EV charging and within the REACH code discussion. And one of the other things that we have yet to address in presentations is the ad hoc committees, lessons learned, and some of the recommendations. We're going to have to make a decision quickly whether we want to go have that tonight or roll that over to next Monday. But one of those lessons was about in the whole EV charging ecosystem and the importance of in the future that we're going to be charging during the day more when renewable energy is most plentiful and cheapest. And that's part of the future, and future EVs are going to be two-way charging where you'll have the alternative to if we have variable rates, which we will likely have in the future, like PG&E and everybody else already does for the most part. It means that we can charge our electric vehicles when electricity is cheap and green. And if we want to choose to reduce our bills in the more expensive peak load period, we can choose to pull down some of that capacity. So there's an incredible, exciting transformation that's happening there. It's going to require that those, the next generation of EVs are already having that capability of two-way EV charging, but the batteries aren't yet the next generation that will allow frequent two-way EV charging to be used at home. But that's on the horizon. In just the next few years, all these changes are going to come about. We also we don't have to think of EV charging as exclusively on commercial sites. We already have Director Eggleston had shared with us that the last groups of EV chargers that we do now. We used to have private charging companies who own those chargers, and they generally, when they do, they charge high electricity rates and make a big profit off of it. But we've been installing city-owned chargers now on public land, and that the price we're charging for the electricity, well below the commercial charger rates, is enough to pay for the charger and the maintenance of the charger. And so the ability to roll out more and more chargers on public space, public parking lots, doesn't require that we have the grants or the other funds coming forward there. It's a sustainable business model for the city now. And then also we have the issue of how do we get multifamily, existing multifamily homes have this opportunity, and even single family homes that lack driveways and garages. And a number of cities in the US have already rolled out on-street charging, where they tap in to either light poles or pole-mounted transformers, and can have a moderate amount of charging. It's light poles going to be a slower rate of charging, but it's ubiquitous. It's along the street. It's in front of a multifamily home. So there are a lot of exciting things that are happening that just are in the literally. What we've seen in the last year is that these are not year-by-year advances, they're month-by-month advances that are starting to happen now. Let me ask colleagues, we have some reporting out from the committee. I have a slide deck on a bunch of the lessons learned. We could wrap up at this time and start off the next meeting that way. We did make a commitment to the public that they would also have an opportunity to speak at that meeting instead of this one. The thought was that this was a lot for the council and the public to absorb in a single evening, and that we wanted to give everyone a chance to do that and then come back and then go into actions the next meeting. I think we've made we probably have more consensus than, or it seems like we have good consensus on where we're going, and we may not have a lot of debate and discussion next meeting. But do we want to wrap things up at this time, or should I go through any of this lessons learned presentation?
Seems like a good place for me to stop. That's my opinion.
Break it at this time. Okay. Sounds good to me. So thanks to everybody who has contributed so much. Oh, I neglected one thing on the heat pump water heaters. And that is a recognition that this general framework and many of the components of the plan are really aligned with the proposal that Carbon Free Palo Alto, one of our local climate grassroots organizations, has been working on for several years, and it proposed to the city. And that their title, their program is, they titled Be Smart, whether we want to call it that or come up with another brand name. I do agree with colleagues that we want to figure out how to have a good marketing and branding of this, because frankly, it's liable to get copied. We hope so. And I will note that a year and a half ago, Bill McKibben, who is the preeminent environmental and climate journalist in the US, I think in a New Yorker article, highlighted the Carbon Free Palo Alto Be Smart program. I had to point out to the Carbon Free Palo Alto people that it's little known, but Bill McKibben's originally from Palo Alto. So it goes full circle, and I want to give credit where it's due there. And frankly, it's part of this whole principle of, as we went through this process so far and going forward, the community resources that we have of our community activists and experts, and the incredible experts at Stanford. As we were talking about our different teams, we've had Lincoln Blevins, who is the director of sustainability at Stanford, has been one of our key team members. But we've had folks from 350.org, from the Palo Alto Youth Student Climate Coalition, from 350.org and Actera, and then a whole just bevy of true technical experts on every issue that we can, and people that at Stanford who are extremely willing to support us, because for a variety of reasons, they view Palo Alto as their hometown, whether they live here or not. They are looking for really piloting of new initiatives. And here we provide opportunities for that in many circumstances right in their own backyard. And so the university has been very enthusiastic about the collaboration that we're having on our climate plans between Stanford and our city staff and all of our own efforts. So I think that portends well going forward, that we have even more resources that we can leverage, because frankly, this goes to another challenge that we have. Our staff is limited, and they have been, this goes to some of the questions on why aren't we doing this and this and that all at once, and we don't have staff capacity to do that. We have extremely capable and dedicated staff working on these programs, and there are not enough hands on deck to be able to do as much as we want to do in the time frame we'd like to do it. So we have to figure out how to leverage our resources to add internal capacity and leverage them in the community and elsewhere to be able to accomplish what we're all saying we want to accomplish. And I think on that note, Director Eggleston, any additional wrap up?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. brings us to our final item, which is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Anybody have any? All right, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.